Okay. Let's hope this music does not get me a strike. Because if it does, I'll just What's up? How we doing? How you be? Slightly different look on Stram today. I need a change. Like, I need to change my entire setup and layout for everything every month or so, or else I get antsy and bored, and I hate that. Boredom is a sign of intelligence in a species, so I'm told. So, if that's the case. But then they also say boredom is the sign of an uncreative mind, because a true creative mind is never bored. It's like, no, here's the thing though. Creative people don't get bored easy. They just aren't receiving proper stimuli, and thus receiving the boredom. So I'm messing with my hair. I tried something new with my hair, like, last weekend, and it fucked my hair up for a good few days. So I had to, like, do a full rewash. Nothing terrible. My hair's not ruined, but it was, like, there were a few days where my hair was just so fucked up. But, I think through trial and error, I could figure out what to do with my hair, so it's not just this all the time. Ugh. Knotting around my neck because I wear hoodies all the time, but no hood. Anyway. Yeah. I do want to apologize for not streaming as much as I should have been for the past few days. I just started. My excuse is I was listening to. Oh, that's off kilter. I was listening to the audiobook for Jurassic Park. So I was really hyperfixated on that. Oh, fuck me. Just fixing the chat window. Trying to, anyway. There. Anyway. Nothing new to report other than I finally finished Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park book via audiobook. And my sister's listening to it now. Once she finishes the audiobook, we're probably going to be talking back and forth, being like, oh, ma. Comparing the film adaptation to the book. I will say, now, a lot of people say, oh, the book was so much better than the movie. And people who say that don't really understand how movies work, in my opinion. But then again, most of the books I read that were turned into movies were books like Narnia and Watership Down. And now Jurassic Park. And I can confidently say that the Narnia movies were 100 times better than the book. So I never got the book was better thought, because, my comparison was Narnia. And nothing against the Narnia books, nothing against C.S. Lewis, but oh my god. Just try and read Voyage of the Dawn Treader. I dare you. Just try. And then you tell me, like, you know, yes, Voyage of the Dawn Treader was the worst movie, the worst of the Narnia films, but compared to the book, it was still so much better. So yes, it was the worst of the movies, but that's because the movies kind of spoiled us with Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe and Prince Caspian. Oh my god, the book Prince Caspian was so boring as well. But then when the movie happened, I was like, you know, cheesing the whole time. Now, I will say, compared to the movie, I do like the Watership Down book, but that's because it was more expansive on the lore, like the world building of the rabbits and their mythology, while the movie mostly focused on the main bulk of the characters. And I do like a character-driven story, so I like both in that regard. One is not better than the other. Certain adaptations, on the other hand, left much to be desired. We don't have to talk about that. Oh. Text is showing. Oops. There we go. Now I should continue on. Oh my god. So other than all that, I am so hyped for the next Amazing Digital Circus. I don't know when it's coming out, not a true fan. But I know it's this month. Sometime this month, the next episode is coming out, and I am screaming on the inside. Because I just saw the promotional photo that they posted, that Glitch posted, and I'm just, oh my god! Yes! I'm screaming. This is either going to be a doozy of an episode, or it's gonna be just... Knowing Gooseworks, which I don't, it's either going to be the exact opposite of what we're expecting. Like, it just literally goes right back to normal. No, like, no one's going to talk about what happened because what's to talk about? Or it's based on the promotional photo, we see Kane on stage standing on the ground with 2 feet on the ground, which we never see. He never touches the ground. Even when he's sitting in a chair, he never touches the ground. He just like me, for real, for real. So seeing him on the ground like this is important. Now, unless this is just promotional material, it's not going to be featured in the episode. So, who knows what's actually going to happen. I'm not going to set up any expectations. I'm not going to theorize. I'm not going to, oh, I hope they do this, or, oh, I think they're going to do... No, I'm just going to let it ride. Let it ride. Because anytime a fandom tries to guess what the creators are going to do, you either set up so much expectations to the point where people don't even see what the story is actually about because they're so they're lost in their very own conclusion, to quote one of my favorite MLP fan songs. The darn cat wants in. Or they get disappointed and then send death threats to the original creators. Like, fuck you. Sorry the mic was so far away. It has been a minute since I've streamed. Okay. Yep. Oh, their cards are actually pretty similar. His is just more desaturated. Huh. Anyway, so as much as I like theory channels, I only like the theories of something that is retrospective. You know, like, say, like, the book has been out for decades now with no new material. Let's theorize on what was happening on, you know, in between the pages and stuff like that. Or, piecing together the remnants of an old puzzle. You know, I like retrospective theorization and whatnot, and piecing things together retrospectively, because there's not going to be, you know, it's not going to be episodic. You know, it's not going to be immediately disproven and then you have to rewrite. Although for a channel, as a business model, that is a very good business model, because that means you're going to get to talk more about the one franchise, comparing ideas and theories, and more information will come out, so you'll have more to talk about, which is great. But the problem with theory channels is then you get this cult following, you know, the sheeple come in and ruin everything. And they're like, oh no, this new update is wrong because game theory is correct. Oh, you went against game theory. Game theory is God. Shut up. You're a child. I mean, it's literally, that's what it feels like. I don't mean to tell children to shut up, but, like, literally, you're being, like, some children are more understanding than that. Like, good God. I should preface, when I dunk on children on the internet, it's mostly I am dunking on internet children, not like real life children. I have nothing against real life children. I think real life children are wonderful and creative and, you know, products of their parents. While they're still trying to figure out who they are and whatnot. Can't blame them for that. But at the same time, children on, like, being an internet child is like, I didn't get my favorite toy, so now I'm gonna throw a tantrum. Wham, wham, wham. You know, like, baby stuff. Toddler mentality. And it's like, you're 13. Why are you still acting like a toddler? Has the internet really stunted people's developmental growth? I refuse to believe that's the case, but at the same time, I'm not surprised. I'll defend video games and the internet tooth and nail from like the satanic panic people. Those people, my God, they're more like children than, they're more like the violent people that they think that they're protecting people against. It's like, no, you're more violent than most people. And more addicted. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But I will admit that the internet has a tendency to foster and reward certain toxic behaviors because it gets engagement. That is currency on the internet. Engagement and time is currency. the more time people spend talking about something or interacting with something, whether good or bad, that is currency. That's what gets you the clicks, that's what gets you up. Okay. Which is why I don't want to do theory videos at all. Like, I had considered doing a theory video for Five Nights at Freddy's, but that was because, like, I was just talking about the books and explaining how Remnant in FNAF is kind of similar to The Shining. Not necessarily the book The Shining, but, like, the power of Shining. It's very similar, and I made a whole video comparing, like, how it works and whatnot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damn! I need 6. 1, 2, 3, 6. There we go. And again, that's more retrospective. It doesn't add or take away, and it's not necessarily disproven. I was just merely stating that maybe Scott Cawthon took inspiration from Stephen King with his writings. Which, I mean, that doesn't add or change anything. It just, like, when people say, oh, The Remnant is so stupid, it was like, well, if you look at it this way, it's not as stupid. You know, it doesn't, like, well, actually, according to the lore, you know, like, no. As much as I love, you know, and claim to be a lore whore, when it comes to, like, like, game theories or film theories, I don't take it seriously anymore. I used to. I used to take game theory so seriously, not like worshipping him as God, but I was like, I would get so upset when he would theorize something that was clearly wrong, or that's, like, easily disproven, and be like, why are you saying it's definitively this? We don't know yet. Yes, I do like this theory, but until we definitively know the answer, we can't, like, be putting all our chips on it. But that's the thing I didn't understand about game theory. He's not putting his chips on anything. He's just trying to get clicks. Not saying anything bad about MatPat or game theory. That's just how the game works. I was not privy to that, because I was still a child. And yes, being a high schooler means you are still a child. Get over it. It's facts. Hell, also, even when I was in college, some of my mentalities that I had back in college, I'm like, wow, I was a dumbass kid. Like, I'm 27 now, so by most estimates, I'm still a kid. Because, like, cognitively, you don't finish developing, like, your brain until you're, like, 25 to 27. I heard some people say 25 and other people say 27, but, you know, it's like, it makes sense, honestly, because some people in their mid-20s, they're some of the most dumbest, so self-centered pieces of shit you'll ever meet. And then, like, years later, when you meet him as an adult, you're like, oh, huh. So it stayed, you know, it's just... I hate the phrase, oh, your 20s are for this. I hate that phrase because it implies that you need to be somewhere developmentally as, like, a milestone. It's like, hey, your 20s are for when you finally understand that you have free will. That's what your 20s are for. Because, like, sure, milestones are good for when you're, like, a baby or a toddler. You know, by a certain age, you need to be weaned, potty trained, and walking and talking. That is, like, milestones. But even then, that's not an exact number. Some people, you know, like James Earl Jones, one of the most iconic voices that has ever been known on the internet, didn't start talking until he was 4. But that was more of a trauma response rather than, like, developmental. But still, either way, Milestones are important for when you're a child, but once you're an adult, I mean, that's when free will and consequences kick in, and then you're like, and it usually sometimes takes people longer to figure that out for themselves. And then they're just a piece of shit until college, or until after college, sometimes even way after college, and then they realize, and hopefully they realize that they are who they choose to be. But some people never reach that, they never reach that milestone. And then sometimes when they do reach that milestone, you are who you choose to be, and then they choose to be a piece of shit. It's like, okay, you understood the assignment, but you came to the wrong conclusion. How come you understand it, man? You understood that you have free will and can do whatever you want with your life, and you choose to do this? This is what you concluded that you needed to do with your life? Excuse you? You understand that's still bad, right? That's worse. You understand how that's worse, right? If you haven't seen the show The Good Place, I won't say you're missing out, but it's so quotable and funny. You've definitely seen some memes from it. If you've spent any time on the internet, you've seen some memes from The Good Place. Especially the Chidi. You understand how that's worse, right? Anyway. The reason why I'm, like, thinking about that is because I just finished Jurassic Park A, and I was also listening to a creepypasta today, and nothing supernatural happened, which was really cool, but it was like a monster tried to kill me when I was a child. And listening to it, I was like, oh my god. And the point that, like, one of the main characters was saying is that, hey, you don't have to be who your parents say you are. Because the main character had, like, abusive and dismissive parents, and how they would always call him worthless and, you know, lazy and all, you know, typical abusive, terrible shit. You don't say that to a child. Especially your own child. Especially your own damn child. But anyway. And one of the characters was, you know, telling the kid that you are not who your parents say you are. You're your own person. You can choose to be whoever you want to be. It's the Iron Giant lesson. You are who you choose to be. And then that character, I don't mean to spoil it or anything, but then that character, the mentor, turned out to be it turned out to be a monster. I don't know if he was a serial killer, but he turned out to be a monster. It's like, you understood the power of free will and you decided to kill children. Wow. Well, that kid's gonna remember that lesson for the rest of his life. So remember, parents, children are very sensitive in early stages of life. They can and will remember everything. I don't know what that audio's from, but them spitting facts, man. Kids can and will remember everything. Whether or not they remember specific details of their childhood, they will remember in some way. It'll be encoded into their DNA. Which is literally Not just like a figure of speech, but literally encoded into your DNA. Cortisol is genetic. I mean, cortisol is a natural chemical response in your brain, but if it changes your brain chemistry, it'll change your DNA, because the brain controls mostly everything. I say mostly because the immune response is kind of... Well, the immune response is still tied to the brain. When you're not mentally healthy, your immune response does start attacking your body, because it's like, okay, what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Intruder? Where? Is that the guy? No, that's my kidneys. Get him! Ah! And now you have kidney failure and depression. Awesome! This just proves that we've kind of strayed as a society, but the fact that philosopher is no longer a feasible, like, career, like in the days of Socrates and Plato, they, that was their career, their job. That's how they got paid, They lived just, coming up with different life philosophies and whatnot, and waxing poetic about the meaning of life and what it means to be human. Behold, a man. It's like... I would never make it personally in that era because there's no coffee, but honestly, I could I could talk about philosophy like all day. Especially with my personal beliefs that humanity is inherently kind. And in that inherent kindness, we forget and are often horrified at our mind's own capability of destruction and cruelty. Because it takes strength and, violence to be kind and gentle. And it is... I try to have a balanced worldview, saying that, yes, there is this and that, not this or that, because that just isn't a true representation of life. It is this and that. But in people, that's where the balancing act comes. Not just necessarily in life, but on the individual scale, it's a balancing act of this and that. In some people, it is this or that. But that's for you to actively work on balancing your own scales. I know I did the hand thing, shut up. Which is why I kind of like the Egyptian analogy, I should say, about your scales balancing in life, and where, where you end up in the afterlife if your scales didn't balance. Now, what that necessarily means, because you can be completely convinced of your own conviction and still be an amoral person. With, you can have no doubts that this is what you're supposed to do, and you're literally hurting people, But you can also live a virtuous life, but then have a lot of doubts and, second guessing, and then have no conviction. But I don't know if that means your scales would balance. See, that's... Are you convinced of your own goodness? Is that what it means for your scales to be balanced? That's kind of what it seemed like it meant in Moon Knight. When it's like, oh yeah, these people, all their scales, they perfectly balance, or they balance to one way. Is it because they were convinced of their own goodness? Because, like, that woman said she's been good her entire life, but her scales didn't balance because she was afraid. Is it based on the fear or the doubt? Dog is barking. And my dog is barking. It's not my dog. Anyway. We could also theorize philosophically what it means to be a good person, which, depending on the culture, vastly, it's completely different from one to the other, especially in modern society, modern and Western ideals versus Eastern ideals. It's really hard to argue one way or the other of what goodness means, or virtue, or moral piety and whatnot. So that's when the argument does get a little bit tricky, because you can argue objectively, but then goodness is not an objective question. And if you try to objectify goodness, there is always more of a this and that. Again, it's not a you can never do this because this is bad, because circumstances dictate that certain things that we would consider bad be done. Now there are arguments, I would say, that things are objectively bad. Like assault. Objectively bad. But, like, if you try to argue goodness from an evolutionary standpoint, you're not gonna make it very far, because in nature, that happens all the time. But then you can't use nature as a source of morality, because nature does not care about good and evil, it cares about balance. To quote Walter Bishop from the TV show Fringe, there is no good and evil in nature, just balance. So when people say, oh, well, animals don't do that, it's like, well, first of all, yes they do. And second of all, they also eat their children. So if you want to go to nature for morality, you're not going to find any, because there is none. And I'm not saying animals are evil, because there is no evil. If there's no goodness in nature, that also means there's no evil in nature, because we're trying to personify animals that don't operate on those functions. They don't care about what is virtuous and good. They care about survival. And what is good for them, or their colony. So, even if it means waging war on another ant colony, kidnapping their larvae and having them work as second-class citizen slaves, ants do that all the time. That is neither virtuous nor good by a human standpoint. In fact, a lot of humans would, or some humans would agree that is terrible, while others saw it as a natural order. And you can argue that, yes, that is a natural order, but it's not... Oops. But what is natural for one animal is not natural for another. Elephants don't climb trees, but no one would say an elephant is weak for that. that layer is done. Okay, excellent connection. There we go. Oh, switching topics entirely, man. I got a headache coming on. It's not bad, it's just about to be. I can feel it in my sinuses and on the side of my head. It's about to be bad. Now I'm actually thinking about the moral implications of survival and what it actually means to survive, and not just what other people's definitions of survival are. Because you'd say, hey, this is about survival, not about gaining the next $1 billion, your next billion. But then some people would say that is survival, gaining your next billion. So, and you also have to argue the definition of survival rather than just bare necessities. You know, so it's an ugly... It's not a cut and dry argument to be made, but that's the point. You know, it's for free will and whatnot. What your survival means for you is different than what survival would mean for another person. Same thing with happiness. Now, granted, we all need oxygen and sunlight and food. That is never in question. And the fact that that is in question, that whether or not some people deserve those basic amenities, is amenities the right word? Whatever. That by itself is another, like, what the hell are we talking about? Of course, everyone needs these basic necessities. They're called the bare essentials for a reason. The fact that is still an issue is baffling. Oh boy, Brindlefer, we about to be here all day. Where are you? There you are. I don't want to get off this subject, if y'all don't mind. Yeah, y'all don't mind. Because there's no one answer. As much as I would love there to be an objective answer for everything, there is always going to be some people. I will say they can't survive while another person still lives. It's like, okay, well now you're just being a fucking dick. Well now you, who looks like an ass. Then again, that would just be my perspective on the matter. Their scales, their assurance and conviction in their own belief is solid. Which is more terrifying than what they actually believe. Personally, I would argue there is objective goodness in the world. Or at least, by a human standard, there is objective good and evil. But to argue that, I would have to prove the contrary. I'd have to argue the contrary. Which personally wouldn't be a hard thing to do, but the fact that you have to... Then once you establish objective goodness, that means other people would have to give... would now have rules to abide by. And there you go. And guess what? Now you have religion. And even if you argue the religion-based objective goodness, and it is based on being inherently kind, there will always be others that will say, yes, all humans need to be inherently kind, and if you're not doing that, then you're not part of our group, and then you must be excommunicated. It's just... it's a whole thing. Can you believe we were talking about game theory no less than 10 minutes ago? Probably not 10 minutes with how many long pauses that have been in, but yeah, that's just kind of how it goes. I did not get sleep much last night. I mean, here's the thing. I did. I went to bed at a reasonable hour. But every time, without fail, every time I remember my dreams while waking up, I feel exhausted. And then I just get into, not really paralysis. I just don't want to move. Oh, excuse me. I just don't want to move for the rest of eternity. So I just lay there and slowly die a little bit on the inside. But then I have to move because my back is killing me. I need to readjust my bed somehow, because the past few days I've woken up and my back was just killing me. On a scale of 1 to 10, it's killing me. I don't know how I could articulate it more. Ouch. Thank God I'm not wearing makeup today, man. Because it would not survive. I would not survive either. I've also kind of been out of it creatively because I've been working on this thing that may or may not even happen. And I've kind of hit a wall with it, but I want to make it work so bad, so I just keep hitting my head on that stupid wall. Instead of just saying, you know what, it's just not right now. Not right now, man. Not right now. But then I was like, yes, now. Yes, now, because I'm thinking about it now. And if I have this stupid thing in my brain where, like, if I decide not now, or like, oh, I'll do it later, I'm giving up on the project, and I'll never come back to it until so much time has passed, and by then I just can't even bear to look at it. I know it's stupid. I am aware I am being fully unreasonable. But I can't stop myself from being unreasonable. I don't know how else to explain being neurodivergent or anything like that to people who aren't. Same thing with my anxiety. I know I'm being fully unreasonable with some of my anxieties, but what if I'm not with the anxiety? It's like, hey, what if I'm not? And then with the other things, I'm like, no, I can't do this specific thing, it's a bad texture. Or I can't wear this, it's a bad texture. Well, what do you mean it's a bad? It's just bad. I can't deal with it. I know I'm being unreasonable by saying bad texture. But anytime I try to force myself to deal with it, I just get irritated and antsy, and then I can't think. And then guess what? I'm on the verge of a meltdown. Because bad texture. I don't care if it doesn't make any sense. If you force that bad texture on me any longer, I will kill you with it. Ugh, anyway. That's the problem with being self-aware and mentally ill at the same time. I am fully aware that half of the things that go on in my brain are completely unreasonable, unlogical, and, you know, all of the uns. But I don't know how to not be that way. Guess I could, if I had to make an analogy, it's like being underwater and you're running out of oxygen. You know you cannot take a gulp or breathe because it will hurt, you will drown. But you need oxygen now. So, guess what? Lung full of water. You can't breathe, you're choking. You knew all along that if you did that, it would hurt you or not help any of your situation. But your brain said oxygen now. Or we will shut down all other major functions in the body to preserve the brain. Even if it means drowning slowly. It is an unconscious response to something you can't control. How am I going to do this? This is her back leg here. She's stretching her ear. I don't know what color to make this motion blur, but okay, so that means it'll be going this way. What is this? Yeah, I think so. This leg looks really weird anatomy-wise, and I don't know how to fix it. I've looked at so many reference pictures for, cats scratching their ears like this, and I could not figure out how to... Because none of the pictures were at the right angle. So I've had to reverse engineer the proper angle, so this is what we're working with. That, and there. Ears, eyes, muzzle, chest, shoulder, armpit, leg, no tail, leg, okay. Oh, I can feel it right there, like right there specifically in my nostril. Some nerve is being hit, and it no likey. Okay. Okay, I did. It's like another example of I know I'm being unreasonable, but I literally cannot stop. Is when I'm working on something or trying to figure something out and it's not working. Do not suggest alternatives to me. Do not give me advice, because then I will get pissed off and specifically not listen to your advice. It has nothing to do with arrogant. Well, maybe it does. I don't know. I need to figure this out because it's not working. Even though I did exactly what the tutorial said, it's not working for me. So either I'm fucking dumb for not figuring it out, or the tutorial isn't being clear enough with their instructions, or I'm forced to work with subpar materials, and either way, some of those I can't control. So when people, usually family members, come and suggest that, well, maybe it's because it's the first time you're doing it, you need to figure out how to do it, it's like, okay, I'm gonna say some things that I'm gonna regret later. I know I'm gonna regret later, so I just sit there and bite my tongue, knowing I can't get... I just progressively get more pissed off. And I know I'm being unreasonable. I know in my head at the same time, a part of me is like, I'm being completely unreasonable. I know they're right. I need to... But no, then the louder part of my brain is saying, everything stop, shut the fuck up. I'm breaking down. What is going on? I'm so dumb. Why can't I figure this out? You know, it just spirals out of control. I can't stop the spiraling. And anytime someone tries to help or offers advice that I didn't ask for, Even if it's good advice, I get fuming mad. And yes, I know it's not exactly a healthy mentality to be in, and I know it's a sign of bloody bloody blah. I know that. I am aware of my own mental illness. And it can be over the stupidest things, too. Like, I was trying to just do up my hair, and I thought it would work, because the tutorial seemed simple enough. It didn't use a whole lot of rollers or products or anything like that. It wasn't trying to shill anything to me, which is what a lot of tutorials do. They're like, buy this product, and then you'll get this hair. It's like, capitalist dogs. So then I tried to do my hair up, and this is what fucked up my hair. The reason why I didn't stream for a while, because my hair was fucked up. And it didn't work the way I wanted to, and it was the morning of us going somewhere, so I didn't have a whole lot of time to troubleshoot and fix it. If we weren't going anywhere, then I might have been a little bit less irritated, but we only had like an hour to get ready and go somewhere, and it's like, and usually this type of hairstyle takes 3 hours to do, which I cannot be bothered, but I wanted to look or have that certain hairstyle. Did not work, and then it just came crashing down, because it's like, of course it didn't fucking work. Everything I do with my hair never works, and I was just getting more upset, because it just... It validated all of my insecurities and thoughts about my physical appearance. So then when she, like, when people started offering advice, it just got me mad, because that's not gonna help. I don't mean to be crying on camera, it just came up. But yeah, that's why I get mad when people offer advice when I am struggling with something. It's not because they're offering unsolicited advice. Although sometimes unsolicited advice does piss me the hell off, because what do you mean? Because, hey, I didn't ask for your advice, and are you suggesting that I don't know what I'm doing? Of course I don't know what I'm doing, but I don't need you to tell me I don't know what I'm doing. I already know that. It comes from insecurity. Watching that, how many how many guys just went, so she's insecure, huh? How many pigs just went, ooh, rubbing their hands together like a fly, ooh, an insecure alt grunge chick, who's also an artist, eee. Maybe if she's insecure about her own self-worth and her body, maybe she'll feel unworthy enough to sleep with me. It's like, buddy, you know that means that proves you're insecure as well. Jackass. So, anyway. I'm working on it, guys. I know I'm working on it. Just would be a lot easier if I had a therapist. Professional help. Because then that's not unsolicited advice. That is actively me seeking out advice. There's a difference. And by a trained professional who knows what the hell they're talking about. That's very different than just having some Joe Schmo saying, well, you know, it's just like, I get gamer rage when people offer me unsolicited advice or like try to... I know they're trying to make me feel better, saying, hey, it's okay, you just learned about this, it's okay if you don't get it immediately, and I'm just... You know you have to try harder, right? I feel like I'm yelling at chat, going, it's like, you know you have to hit the guy, right? It's like, you know you have to hit the guy, right? Shut the fuck up, bitch! Shut up, bitch! Never in my life have I felt such gamer rage than when people offer me unsolicited advice. It's like, you think I don't already know that? But also it feels like, are you suggesting I couldn't come to that conclusion on my own? Are you suggesting that I'm stupid? You don't need to suggest that I'm stupid, dumbass. I already know that. The worst thing you can do when I'm mad is tell me something I already know. That's the worst thing you can do. Even if it's advice that I've given to someone else, then you repeat it back at me. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking blow a gasket. It's like, I'll figure it out eventually. I just need to cry about it. Okay? I just need to freak out to cry about it. Do not console me. Do not try to calm me down, because the moment you say calm down, oh, I'm gonna be so pissed. No one in the history of being upset has ever calmed down when you say, hey, calm down. No. No one in the history... Yes, the original quote. No one in the history of calming down has ever actually calmed down when being told to calm down. That just doesn't happen. Because it invalidates their emotions. It signals to them that you don't actually care what they're upset about. You just care about them being possibly upset at you. That's what you care about. You're signaling to them that you don't actually recognize what they're upset about is bothering them, because it proves to you that you don't actually care. You just want quiet. Not peace. Quiet. So that is not the same thing. Hello, stomach. So yeah, anyway, that's what it means when someone is mad about something and you try to, like, help them and they suddenly snap at you out of nowhere. That's usually what's going on in their head. Also, a lot of gamer rage is centered around the fact of thing that is supposed to be working isn't working the way it's supposed to be. And then when you fuck up, then you get usually chat then gets you pissed off. Then chat comes in like, you know you're supposed to do this, right? It's like, yes, I know that. That's why Grizzy broke a door. a function in the game that is supposed to be working glitched and it wasn't working, and people are like, why are you dying? Oh my god, just pull the chute. It's like, that's why he brought up this keyboard and started pushing the button, and then started smacking it. And then I threw my pen, and then he just went, fuck! Because, of course, thing that was supposed to be working wasn't working. That is another reason why, when technical difficulties happen on stream, or in any circumstance, oh my god, I get so antsy and unreasonably upset. And I don't think personally, I don't think it's unreasonable to be upset that thing that's supposed to be working isn't working. Because of course it wouldn't be working when you need it to work. And then when you're upset about thing not working, everyone else who's either so apathetic to your situation to the point of insanity, or they're just so antagonistic to the point of insanity. So it's literally the best thing you can do when someone is pissed off is just not say a damn thing. That's the best thing you can do when someone is mad, is not say a damn thing until they've calmed themselves down. If they're a non-violent person. Because then that's when you're like, okay, no, you're not breaking that. I'm not going to let you trash my kitchen because I know you're not going to clean it up. But then, of course, if you say that while they're pissed off, it's just what? Now all of that anger that was at one thing, directed at you. It's like, oh shit, balls, great, now I gotta, run. Don't run, you'll activate the chase response, and then you'll activate the chase response in that dangerous predator. So really, like I was saying earlier, it's a balancing act. What works for one person when they're mad does not work for another person when they're mad. It's like, what works for me, being consoled and given unsolicited advice, does not work for me when I'm mad. Or when I'm doing something that I decided I was going to do. Do not do that, because that makes me more upset. Because now, not only am I upset at thing not working, I'm upset about you not caring that I care that thing isn't working. And it's like, oh, okay, cool, I just can't be upset ever now. It's like, I know it's stupid, unreasonable, and when you're angry, you're not actually thinking clearly. You're basically drunk. But not by the same, it's not the same chemical reaction, but when you're pissed off, your cognitive, abilities, you're basically drunk. Because you're not thinking clearly, you can't really, I mean, you can still be held accountable for what you do, but it's on the same, you're on the same mental capacity as someone who is intoxicated. Because you will say things that you legitimately do not mean. And you will do things that if you were in your calm state of mind, you're saying, man, why did I do that? That was so stupid. It's because you're, something cortex. Anyway, your upper brain function shuts off when you're having a strong emotional response to something, which especially when it's something that you care about. So which is why arguments between couples are so explosive, because literally your brain shut off and it's just the raw emotions now, not accurate, not valid, valid emotions, but not to be taken as truth. Now, a lot of people say, oh, when you get angry, that's the real you. It's like, no, when you get angry, that's monkey brain. That's crocodilian dumbass brain. That doesn't actually think clearly. it is easy to think, oh wow, when I got mad at this, I thought and said this. Holy shit, I'm a terrible person. It is so easy to go down that route, when in reality, it's like, no, that was not actually what I thought, or what I want. This background sucks. What's going on here? I mean, here it looks fine, but when I colored it, something's off. Okay, yeah, less green. Now, that doesn't mean you can't ignore what people do and say when they're angry. Because absolutely, you can still hold them accountable for what they say and do. Especially if it's... I could say it, like, especially if it's destructive. Still hold them accountable, saying that yes, they did. And still hold yourselves accountable. Yes, I did do and say this. Don't say it wasn't my intention or I didn't mean to. No, accountability is, I did this. And now I'm gonna fix it. That is accountability. Saying that, yes, I did that. I'm going to fix it now. There you go. To be held accountable, that's really all you have to do. It is nice in self-improvement when they say, you know what, that was stupid. I shouldn't have done that. I'm going to endeavor to never do that again. I recognize that my actions and everything I said, while, you know, angry, aren't how I actually feel. And then apologize for what you said. Apologize that you said it. And then just don't strive to not do it again. You can still get angry, just don't throw things at people and call them fucking useless when they're not the ones you're angry at. Recognize who and what you are angry at. And don't take it out on other people that have nothing to do with what you're angry at. Now, granted, watching Grizzy smash his head on that door and rip it off the hinges was entertainment. I just know if I was in the same house as him when he did that, I would have freaked out. But that's just based on my own personal experiences. But you know, he got that door fixed. It was his house. Of course he fixed that door. And I don't think he's ripped a door off its hinges since. But, again, that was, things should be working, and it's not working. So, yeah, I understand his anger. And there are so many times where, in my anger, I've thought, you know, I'm going to crush this dog's skull if they keep doing... That's not what I actually think. That's not what I actually want to do. That is just anger shutting down my higher brain functions. That is where the control is centered. I just need to remove myself from that situation. Because she's not what I'm actually mad at. Even though that damn dog does bark all the goddamn time. I'm mad that it scared me when she suddenly barks like that and makes me think someone's here. Or something bad is happening. Or that I'm being interrupted. Or both. Heaven forbid a burglar or like some axe murderer comes to the house. It's like, really, man, I'm in the middle of streaming. Can't you wait, like, An hour? I'll be done by then. Don't interrupt me. I'm in the middle of something. God. Personally, the worst thing you can do to me is interrupt me. Not just in conversation. Now, in conversation, I'll excuse a little bit of interrupting. Not speaking over, just interrupting. Especially if it's, because I interrupt people. I get excited about talking something. I think they're done. I go to say something, and then they start talking at the same time. It's like, oh, no, I'm sorry. But, it's because I get excited about what we're talking about, and I want to get to the next thing, or there's a point that I want to make, but then they just keep talking, and then the conversation moves on, and it's like, great, I never got to say my thing that would have encouraged more conversation. So, yeah, that's just the neurodivergency. Just a little bit of gold on these trees, since this is where the sunlight is supposed to actually be. I should really be talking to a therapist about this bit that I just kind of realized about myself, so I'm gonna start crying again. But I just, I got a journal for a reason. I should get that one off my chest. So in the meantime, excuse the tears. We're gonna keep working on these trees, because I'm actually really proud of how this tree turned out. When it comes to tree, I know what I'm doing. When it comes to backgrounds, while I love doing them, when they ain't working out, man, oh my god, I get genuinely upset when a background isn't working, because I actually like doing backgrounds, and I think I'm relatively good at doing them. So when they're not working, it's like, no, the one thing I'm good at. What color? Like, is he actually angry here, or is this more like a, like a sarcasm? Not really a sarcasm thing. Is this more like a slight irritation, or is he genuinely pissed off? What are we doing here? Let's see what it looks like as a whole. Because we're gonna have a green page. So, oh, excuse me. Okay, that looks good. A little desaturated, but still good. If I add a little bit of this, and then just a little bit of that. Curve the edges a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Without getting too far into it, I will say for everyone else, usually when someone is mad, it's not because they're mad at the specific thing in front of them. Especially when it's an explosive rage. When it's an explosive temper, like, whoa, where'd this anger come from? It's just a dishwasher, you know, type thing. It's not because they're not mad at the dishwasher, or they're not mad that you didn't put the dishes away. I mean, they are irritated, but that's not why they're so screaming mad. It's because of this, that, and the other thing, and then plus all of this over here that's unresolved. They feel like they're not being seen. They feel that they're being ignored. Their needs aren't being met. Their emotions aren't being validated. There's a lot of childhood stuff in there. It's everything all at once, and then just the one thing that they ask, and then it doesn't justify. Like, it explains the behavior, but don't misunderstand, it does not justify the behavior. Because honestly, when you're, like, in this day and age, especially, you know, being an adult, you can literally choose to be better. And yes, like I was just saying, you know, being mentally ill and self-aware at the same time, not being able to stop the oh my god, why isn't that working? Because it's it's on the overlay. I'm working on the overlay layer, not normal, so of course on this layer it would look, there we go. Thing was working exactly as it was supposed to. It was just user error. There is no worse feeling than having your darkest insecurities validated in some way or proven right, because oh my god. Then you just spiral at that point. It's like, well, I guess if this is true, then I guess all of this is true as well. God dang it. Guess what? X person was right about me. Oh my, it's good god. Literally nothing works. This is the trauma episode of the Just Rune live stream. Rune live stream. Good, I can't even fucking talk. But these are important conversations that need to be had. Preferably with a therapist, but if you're like me, and can't afford that, I guess a Twitch live stream is a poor substitute, but it's something at least. So, to anyone who deals with someone with an explosive temper, it's not you that they're mad at, it's you and everything else that they're mad at, and it's also something that they feel that is inadequate about themselves. And anyone with explosive tempers in the chat, who are you mad at? Before you scream at someone, remember who you're mad at. And I'm still working on this with myself. Who are you actually mad at? What is actually making you upset? If it's not this person, then don't take your anger out on them. Because they're not what you're mad at. Anyway. You know in school, when they had the DARE, or like, the anti-drug campaigns, they never actually explained why people turn to drugs, specifically adults. They just said, oh, some people might start drugs because they think they look cool, but don't do that because you actually look stupid because of a dick. Because then, you know, you're like that blah blah, and people who do this are stupid. It's like, that is not true in the slightest. Now, of course, how do you explain escapism to a child? And especially if you say, hey, some people do this because life is so hard that doing this is, in their minds, easier to deal with than all of this. Or they just need a break from all of that. How do you explain that to a child besides saying it's escape? You know, how do you explain that to a kid? Well, then maybe by explaining it's because they feel they need a break from everything. But then, of course, not everyone recognizes why they do the behaviors they do. Obviously. But if that's just taught more, says, hey, what are you actually trying to achieve with this behavior? What need is not being met? Oh, that's why. Because that's not supposed to be the overlay layer. This is supposed to be normal, because I haven't done this one yet. The other one's supposed to be the overlay. So this is a prime example of what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a highly emotional circumstances, and I'm getting highly emotional about it. Because I'm being so highly emotional, my prefrontal cortex, I just remembered what it was called, is not working properly. So I'm making stupid mistakes like this. Things I already know. And that's why they weren't working. Thankfully, it still looks good. I just need to tweak a few things here and there. It's the thing with this type of style, you're starting with the shading first. And again, I should preface, like, disclaimer, I am not a trained professional. Obviously, I'm not a therapist. I've never been to therapy. I know my knowledge of psychology and whatnot is very limited, and I cannot actually actively and accurately diagnose or treat people with certain mental disorders. I can only speculate, and like I've said, to read an excerpt from my journal, psychoanalyzing is actually self-reflection, something like that. I think I worded it slightly differently, but whatever. This is the issue, right? The issue. Thank you, Quick Sketch, for the drink water redeem. Considering the waterworks we had earlier, I should probably drink it. And the headache that's coming on, and the caffeine addiction. Yeah, I should be drinking more water. Alrighty. Whew. Thank goodness there's no permanent record of what was being talked about earlier. Speaking of, as soon as this live stream is over, the VOD will be posted on my VOD YouTube channel the next day. If you are interested in that, but also the VOD will stay up on my channel for the next, what is it, a week after. So if you missed anything on the live stream, don't worry, you have a week to catch up. And if you missed that week, also don't worry, I have a YouTube VOD channel, as I just previously said. Doing the backgrounds last really does highlight just the stray pixels that hide in between the line art, especially around the fur and the cheek wefts. So it just forces me to go back and fix it, because those kinds of little details irk me to no end. When it's on other people, I don't get as irked, like when other people draw that way, because I just notice it. But for me, it's like, I post something and then realize I left a stray pixel, and I'm like, oh, how did I not see that? I should be working from the back to the front, just like any real digital painting. Hang on. Stand by. Oh, no, that's too blue. No, that's too, there we go. There we go. Remember that. Over to that. Into here. Do I blur this first and then do the tree? Yeah, let's try with that. There we go. And now... tree. Love tree. Gotta love tree. Oh, that's a different thing. There we go. Okay. Better. Better. Remember, the further back something is, the lighter and less opaque it is. So we start with the lightest color first, and then you just build on top of that. And also you can because this is a digital painting, you can always go back and forth. No issue with any of that. There's no, like, the rules of traditional painting, while helpful with digital art, is not necessary because you can, like, separate layers and whatnot. But if you still wish to operate under those traditional painting rules, it is noticeable, because then your painting looks slightly more cohesive than it would if you just didn't. That's not my artistic advice, though, because I don't even follow that half the time. I managed that one. Oh, I colored it, that's why. And then you can also just add a bunch of dilly bobble doodads, and it look worse somehow. Why is my computer frozen? Almost. And when I do backgrounds, it takes me at least an hour now to do backgrounds, because I just keep putzing with it. Alright, let's think. What color should this motion blur bit be? I mean, it should probably be... Well, then you can't even see it. Maybe that, to show that it's her leg moving? I mean, I should add a little bit of a schmearge to show that, yes, movement. I'm on the wrong layer. And then what's her... Okay, leg is moving. Okay, yeah, that's better. That's better. Okay, yeah. Now I have to shade. Multiply 65. Better. At this point, I could merge all the layers to keep it unified. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Wish me luck. Hopefully it works. Usually I keep all the layers separate so I can color, you know, like, here there's going to be shading, but here there isn't going to be, so that the characters stay separate, and so, like, characters on different pages don't start blurring into each other. But when you have What are we at? 50 layers now? Man, oof, oof. Just, let's just compartmentalize it. I know that's not what oh my god. Compartmentalizing means. Or maybe it does mean that. You put it into a whatever. Semantics. That's how they get you. And of course, they're also under the trees, so the light is going to dapple slightly, but also they have a strong light source. Always be sure to rim your shading with one cool color and one warm color. It's not necessary, it just makes it look cool. At least I think it looks cool. Also, I read somewhere in the tutorial it mimics how light actually bounces. It makes things look more organic. Which is funny that I have such a cartoonish illustration and, you know, character. Oh god, what is the... Thank you for the posture check. Of course, I'm wearing a hoodie, so it's not actually helping. What am I trying to say? Character, cartoon, background reel. Is that what I'm trying to say? It's funny. That's good, that's good, that's good. This is gonna be purple. Maybe a deeper purple. Yes, a deeper purple. Because he's having lower lighting. This is more lighting of the rim. Okay. Yeah, okay. This works. I think altogether the art style works because then the focus is on the characters because they're the ones with the strong line art, and everything else is kind of storybook watercolor painted in, even though it's not watercolor at all. But maybe it works, I don't know. I'm told people like my art style. But then again, any of the haters wouldn't read my comic if they hated the art style. Like, okay, I shouldn't say the haters, because of course the haters would engage in something that they actively don't like because they're a hater. But people who don't, like, if you generally don't like something, back off. Where it's, you know, the bean soup theory. If you go to a recipe, or to a, you know, a recipe that is for bean soup, and then you say, I don't like beans, whereas my, you know, give me soup for that. It's like, this is the recipe for bean soup. Bean soup. Why are you complaining that there's beans in it? Go eat a different soup. It's not for you. Or, you know, the going to a lemonade stand and saying how much you hate lemons and say that apples are better. It's like, well then why don't you just go to the apple stand? Why do you have to stand in front? You're in the way of the lemonade stand. Now, if you like the lemonade, you know, I saw this person made a comic, it's like pulp-free lemonade stand, and the person drinks and go, oh, there's some pulp in here. It's like, oh, and the person was like, oh, I'm sorry, didn't realize. I shall make you another batch. You know, I shall add that critique and make another batch. Then someone drinks and go, this lemonade sucks, I like apple better. It's like, fuck off. There's a big difference between constructive criticism and just being a whiny bitch. Huge difference. Now, Rune, I hear you say, how do you handle the lighting? I'll show you. We handle it by putting another clipping layer on the line art at normal and at 20% opacity. And then we get the pen. And then we rim light. It naturally adds an added effect of being in the light. Now, it is not 100%. Sometimes I do come in with a hard light layer to add sunbeams and like actual like other official lighting on a character. But most of the time, I just do that in the line art. Because it's fun. You stray pixels. Death to all stray pixels. And also to accentuate the eye, sometimes I'll just take the darkest color, put it in the eyes, or if I want them to glow, then I put a lighter color in there. It's just so there's any stark black lines. Because nothing in the comic is stark black, except the speech bubbles, which aren't even black. The only time I've added or kept the black line art on purpose was when it was a high action scene, and I'm on the wrong pen, and I wanted the emphasis to be fully on the characters, to like separate them further from the background. And it was only for one page. that is already posted up on DeviantArt. If you're interested in the comics that I am working on, I post new pages every Tuesday and Thursday up on deviantart.com, which is linked in the About page on the live stream. If you're on mobile, I have no idea where any of that is if you're on mobile, but if you're on the page, down there. Now, my line art style, or like the colored line art style, is not an exact thing. There are some bits where I just leave the black for no reason other than I just didn't want to color it, or that I just plain forgot. But if you take enough of the blur and then just blur it all together, it doesn't really matter in the end. Like this, I just colored this. It looks like nothing has changed, but if you zoom in, it is just barely above the black. So it's not completely covering, but it's adding just enough of an emphasis. So that stands out a little bit. What time? It is 4:20. Blazing. I guess this is what happens when I didn't mean to sleep in, guys. Like I said in the title of the stream, we're not on speaking terms, and it's not because I've been ignoring her. You know, quite the contrary. I try to engage, but then when I do engage, she hurts me. I wake up in more pain than I would if I hadn't done anything. And then, you know, when I finally hit REM sleep and have dreams, you know, like you're supposed to, without going insane, I wake up even more exhausted than if I had just stayed up all night. So it's like, what are we doing? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Stupid. Sometimes you miss a spot or two when rendering, like here. And that's okay. Like, it's not gonna ruin the whole page. But if you're anything like me, yes, it does ruin the whole page. Like, it's the two cakes theory. Like, most of the audience isn't gonna care the quality of the cake. All they care about is they get cake. Wow, 2 cakes! And let's be honest, some of the most highly decorated and fancy cakes It's just regular box mix with extra floof on it. Flavor-wise, it's nothing extra special. Now, some fancy schmancy cakes, they use like the Madagascar vanilla and, you know, like the top shelf stuff. Those will taste a little bit better than just a box, than like a sheet cake. But like in a grocery store, that's mostly just sheet cake shit with like one extra ingredient. So just because it looks appetizing doesn't mean it actually has any, you know, it doesn't have good taste. That's not a personal dig at bakeries or anyone, you know, like who has a beautiful art style. But it's just, you know, just because it looks good doesn't mean it is good. You know, like Hollywood movies. Just because they look good doesn't mean they are good. Like Iron Lung. That movie is fantastic. And then you compare it to another movie, like Jurassic World Rebirth. It looked fine by Hollywood by Hollywood standards. It looked fine. But when you think about it of like an actual story of the movie, well, if you don't like it, just don't engage. The problem isn't with the singular film or franchise. It is just a symptom of a system-wide problem I have with Hollywood movies. They've become too complacent with their own incompetence. That's what I have an issue with. Especially since I want to get in the entertainment industry. I want to write my books, make TV shows, make a movie someday. Someday I want to have I want to make a movie. Or I want to have my stories as movies. I want to be a part of that world. And in a way, I am, because I'm in the entertainment industry, you know, live streaming, making comics, having a YouTube channel, all that jazz. So this is my turf. This is my community. And I'm upset with the way the community is being handled. And because I'm in that community, I have a right to voice my problems with it. Because I know it can be better. Like the marketing, not the whole marketing, but like in some of the interviews for Iron Lung, you can tell Mark like stares directly into the camera and it's like, why isn't the industry doing this as a whole? Like giving their workers bonuses based on the success of the film. Apparently that's super rare in the industry, and I just watched an interview where like he stared directly into the camera and be like, and the industry doesn't do this as a whole for some reason. You know, he's pissed because it's stupid. It's like, you have a unique like financial deal with the cast and crew. Like, but what? I paid them? We've got Hollywood and audiences in a way have gotten too complicit, too used to trash. So when something is of high quality, it's whoa, where'd this come from? No, we demand high quality, not because we're selfish or anything, but it's because we know it's possible. It is possible to obtain the quality of story and movie and entertainment that we are demanding. We used to have it. So it doesn't come from being selfish or bratty or demanding. It comes from a sense of betrayal, because, and honestly, grief, because we used to have that. We used to have Hollywood, producers and executives that actually cared about telling a good story and not just appeasing the audience, but like making movies that people actually cared about, that said something, that spoke to people, that inspired them. Now, a lot of movies are more spiteful towards their audience and treat them like idiots. Like, haha, you're an idiot for liking this. It's like, do you understand who's paying you, right? It's the audience. It's not like... The trouble's coming from inside of the house. So when you're in that house, you have more of a right and kind of a responsibility to handle the issue that's coming from inside the house. If it's coming from outside the house, you're just being nosy neighbors and complaining about the noise. Call HOA if you're so inclined. I think that's one of my parents come home from work. Is it? Yeah, it's 4:30. They're coming home now. So, dog is gonna be barking. No, I don't mind when she barks when they come home, because that's her saying hi. But it is also a little annoying. It was like, alright, even when it was my own dogs, it was like, alright, I get it, I'm here, I'm aware. I get it, you're happy, just stop barking. Like, they can bark for a little bit, but then once I'm inside the house, okay, now you can stop. I'm here. Let's sit on the couch, so let's cuddle, okay? Hush. Oh my god, I had this one dog, Lily. She was a Pomeranian Chihuahua. Oh my god! All day, all night. And I know that's the sign. Now I know that's the sign of a stressed out dog, and I should have, paid more attention to what and why she was barking. But, like, at the time, oh my, I'd just put her outside all night, and then Dad would complain, she was barking all night. It's like, she would have been barking if she was in my room anyway, so where would you rather have her bark, outside or in the house? So, like, I was like 10 years old when we got her, so I didn't really know what the issue was or anything about caring for a dog. Now I know, and it's like, oh, okay, so yeah, she was stressed out about something, poor girl. Now I know. I know I did not attend to her needs as well as I could have. Accountability. With my next dog, I did. I was more attentive to his needs. Thank you for the save check. I just saved, and now it's not responding. Okay, yeah, I just saved. Alright. Page 1. On to the next page. Man, we've been here for 2 hours. I mean, by a show of hands, who wants to continue? Close that door. Hang on. Hi, Zubia. Is that how you say your name, Zubia? welcome to the Strom. I do comics that I post every Tuesday and Thursday on my DeviantArt, which is listed in the About page. And if you missed anything, on the stream, like coming late, we're 2 hours late. Where have you been? Sorry. This VOD will be up on my channel for a week after, and then tomorrow. But also posted on my YouTube VOD channel. There. I got through it. We speak on this channel openly and honestly about anything that's on our minds. If you're not comfortable with that, here's your warning. There's the door. Actually, there's the door for me. But if you are okay with that, just as long as you don't give away too many personal details, say any words that are bannable, or the like. I mean... Oh, I accidentally skipped a page. Oops. Oh, I think it's because I only have to do the backgrounds here, and this one I had already started on the backgrounds. Because that's why I did it. Alright, well, we're going to save again. Hopefully. Please don't crash. There we go. And then where are we going next? Am I going to do the background for this one? This background takes me 5 years, or are we going to do the flats for these two? Backgrounds are flat. You know what? I'm gonna do the backgrounds because it takes 12 years to do. Alright, let's separate them. I prefer, personally, to separate the backgrounds. Like, not each panel being its own layer, but similar enough to that, where every other panel is on a different layer, just so I can work on them without having to use so many lasso tools. And then I just use a clipping mask on top of everything. Just so nothing is too strenuous when trying to keep it all together. Okay, go. Is there anything specific for the background? Just plain back. Just trees. Okay. Alrighty. Who are we starting with first? Probably this one, since it's this... Well, I don't want to say it's the simplest, but this one is. Alright, now I use the lasso here because this one's probably just going to be a solid color and or gradient. That's how I usually do it. Actually, no, it shouldn't be purple, because purple is foreboding. It's going to be maybe some blue and green, or green and yellow. Let's try green and yellow. Just so it harmonizes with the rest of the page, which is going to be mostly green and brown. And it does show a light and friendly demeanor. Actually, I'm going to use this. Just adding a little bit of texture, but not too much detail, since this one is just supposed to be cute. Say that. I'll say that's my finest work. And then the rest of the time, when it's like backgrounds like this, I start in grayscale and then work my way forward. I think it adds more vibrancy to the colors. Alright, since there's this, sun is over here. Start from light to dark. Working from back to the front, just like a regular digital painting. Or regular painting, done digitally. Behind them is actually, this would be a tree. Right here. This would be another tree. Slightly darker, but then this would be a tree. And also when you start grayscale, you can think more about the texture of how of like the bushes, the bark, and the leaves, how soft the light is coming through the leaves. You know, if you think more about texture and then add the colors on top of it, in my opinion, it adds more of a realistic feel. Twitch didn't notify you. I see the comic is coming along. Well, that's okay, Pathfinder. So sometimes I've noticed Twitch's notifications is either on the money or 30 minutes late. But it depends. Like, if you're constantly tuning into a streamer and they go live, Twitch will notify you immediately. But if you subscribe to someone and then only watch them occasionally, then it will, like, it notifies you based on your watch time, or, like, your impressions. It likes to drown out the other notification. Oh, for sure. I'm subscribed to at least 10 different people on this stupid site. Not stupid Twitch, please don't at me. And there are some moments where it's like, I'm getting all my notifications at once. I'm like, why? And then by the time I look over, it's like, okay, you said they were alive. Their stream ended 3 hours ago. Thanks. But they posted on their story. I don't give a shit about their stories. This isn't Instagram. Literally me. Yeah, it's okay. You only missed me trauma dumping. I should have done the trees and then the bushes. How much of this page have you finished? I just started on this page. I just finished a whole other page. And let me bring it up for you. Now, I already had the line art done. All I needed to do was finish the flats and the background. And that's what we accomplished. Now this one, I've already done the flats and the line art. I just need to do the background. Because I was working a lot off-stream. Which happens when I have the power of an audiobook. And music to work by. Because I was talking about this earlier, but no one was here, so I'll say it again. I found the audiobook to Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park. Like, the original book. So I was listening to that. Because, you know, it was like, I kind of gotten into Jurassic Park again recently because of the Muldoon tapes. So I was like, you know what, if he's going to be drawing from the book and the movies, you know, let's And, you know, the movies were my favorite when I was a kid. Let's get into the book. And then I got into the book, and I'm sitting here like, oh my god, Spielberg had to change so much. I'm interested, to how it began. Who narrate? Oh, where's my phone? Hang on. Let me find the channel. I will warn you, though. The audio was fine. And it was all but done by one guy, which, not my favorite. Out of narrations, I prefer multiple cast members. But the visuals, the channel I was watching did use AI for the visuals, which is like a... But at least it was a human narrating. And a human editing. So, that was good. We're gonna get blasted. What's the boy's name? Miniature Mythos. You can't see diddly squat. Hold on. No, yeah, you can't see. That's the channel. Miniature Mythos. The audiobook is 15 hours long. Yeah, I know. I don't like it. The background visuals, he did use AI, and I'm a little pissed about it, but it is the best audio rendition I've heard that is free on YouTube that didn't have, like, varying audio quality and whatnot. And it's just the one I found. And literally, since it was Jurassic Park, bro could have used screenshots from the movie. But no, I'm not gonna pretend to know the situation. But yeah, that did irk me a little bit. But I was like, alright. At least the AI matched the movie visuals. Yeah. You can definitely tell it's AI. It has that sheen over it, and I'm just, ooh. But listening to it, it wasn't AI. It was one of those, what do I want? Do I want to hear the audiobook now and in good quality that I don't have to keep, you know, being like, what the hell are they? Oh my god! You know, like audio discrepancies. The perfect rage bait. Because I saw one that was kind of cool. Like, the first few minutes of it were really cool, because, like, the first chapter was fully animated and had different voice actors and sound effects. I was like, yes! Yes! This is what I want! But that was only the first 3 minutes, and then it immediately cut to another person's audiobook. So it literally, this person just took videos from other people's channels and then compiled it together really badly. So I got so pissed. I just left. I was like, nope, no, I'll just use this guy, I guess. I mean, sure. I mean, I can appreciate the person trying to, you know, trying their best, apparently, to compile everyone else's videos to use that, but it's just... I wasn't a fan. when it comes to audio quality, I'm a little bit of a stickler. But then again, you know, like, who am I to say that I've got high standards when it comes to... Okay, chat is showing up. Audio quality when my mic is bleh. It's halfway between sloppy and actual effort. Well, I have a very mixed view on, like, using other people's content. I have a very mixed view on it, and I will admit it might be a little bit hypocritical. Like, reaction channels, you can argue, are lazy because you're stealing other people's content. But the part of the appeal of reaction is seeing your reaction, so it's kind of funny, and as long as you give proper credit. And maybe it's just, but I don't know. I just wanted something to listen to. And yeah, you know, an audiobook. You're not even, oh, you're just reading someone else's book. You're not even gonna read your read. It's like, yeah, that's different. Like this comic. It's a Warrior Cats fan comic. Oh, you're using someone else's world and you're not writing your own? Well, I have. I'm just currently working on this one. It's called Fan Art. I bumped the mic, I'm sorry. But I'm not copy-pasting other people's works and adding it as, and trying to pass it off as my own. Now, if he left links for all the other videos, that'd be fine. But I think he did. I don't know. But that was a different video, not the one I talked about. That was the one dude with his own writing, but the visuals were all off. Well, different because they don't claim the content. Yeah, you add something. But some reaction channels don't. Like Sniper Wolf. They don't add anything. And that's, you know, I don't hate reaction content. Don't get me wrong. I love watching other people react to Try Not to Laugh videos. Or, especially if it's something I've seen before, and watching a YouTuber I like react to it is really funny. Because they'll add commentary that is also just as funny, if not more funny, than the thing that they're watching. But some, like, if your reaction content is just you sitting there like, wow. Wow. Okay. Stop. Forgot about that woman. Apparently many of their reactions are for it. I know, that's another thing. Some of the reactions are like, oh my god! Oh! It's like, shut the hell up. If you're gonna act, at least be good. This is why I don't do reaction content. I tried. I have one video on my YouTube channel that is reaction content, and I am trying to distance myself from that thing as much as possible without actually deleting it. So, So if you see that video on my channel, just don't tell me that you saw it. Just, let's not talk about that one. Oh, the stream is buffering so hard. God dang it. Well, Hoppa. Shit. Well, I'm still here. If you can hear me, I'm still here. The stream says it's still going. It just says 0 viewers and live unstable. Poor network connection. Nothing's changed on my end. The only thing I can think of is that I've been streaming for how long? 2 hours and 30 minutes, so maybe that's why. Because my computer, after streaming for a while, does get a little bit buggy, and Twitch is a little bit sensitive to network connections. Just let me know if it freaking dies, because then that'll be an issue. I don't know how I would fix that, besides just scream. And my computer is a little warm. Yeah, but it's not, like, dangerously warm. Because I've had this computer overheat so much to where it literally forced a shutdown. That was horrifying for me. So to refresh, but so far okay. Kept ending on my end when I go to refresh the channel, but so far the stream... On the stream anyway, everything's back to normal. Okay, well... Like I said, if you miss the stream or if it dies, the VOD will still be up for a week on the Twitch channel, and it will also be up on YouTube on my VOD channel tomorrow. So if you miss anything or if it starts buffering and dies, even if the Twitch one crashes completely, on YouTube we'll have the actual recording. Because I'm also recording it while being live, which is probably putting a huge strain on my poor little machine. I should probably end stream soon anyway. I didn't end stream because I got, like, some new viewers popped up. I was like, oh, I'd hate to end stream just as they arrived. That's a little awkward, but, you know, I haven't eaten in a while, so I should probably stop. I'm going to drink water, just in case. I only have a little bit of coffee left, so... In that spirit, we set forth. Now, for the sketch, I had it through the trees. Through the trees, I will find you. I will hear the ruins left inside you. 'Cause I'm still here breathing now. I'm still here breathing now. I'm still here breathing now. Until I'm set free, I'll go quiet through the trees. I love that song. I haven't seen the movie it's from. It's called Through the Trees by Low Shoulder. It's a fictitious band from the movie Jennifer's Body. I haven't seen the movie. I saw some reviews. I'm interested in seeing it because it seems like, you know, something fun to watch. It's not Megan Fox in it, so whatever. Poor girl. But I really like the song. Through the Trees by Low Shoulder. Well, thank you. So I'm told. Nothing left but the memories of when I had my best friend. I don't know how we ended up here. I don't know, but it's never been so clear. We made a mistake, dear. And I see the ruins left inside of me. I see your shadow hanging over me. In your face, I can see through the trees. I will find you. I will heal the ruins left inside you. 'Cause I'm still here breathing now. I'm still here breathing now. I'm still here breathing now. Until I'm set free, I'll go quiet to the trees. I love indie rock so much. So much. Never actually watched the movie. From what I've seen, it's an interesting watch. Though I always conflate it with Rosemary's Baby in terms of plot. I've also never seen or heard of Rosemary's Baby. All I know is for Jennifer's Body, it is an interesting twist on the vampire / demon possession / monster genre. Because the way the video, like, explained it to me, how what happened to Jennifer and, you know, the kind of story is kind of an allegory for the way underage girls are treated in society. Like, the whole, it being named Jennifer's Body is kind of fortuitous. Like, no one is actually asking if Jennifer's okay or what happened to her, which was a terrible thing that happened to her. Being basically kidnapped and assaulted. Not even basically. It is literally kind of implied in the material that she was assaulted by these guys. And now she's got this anger growing inside of her in the form of a man-eating monster. Everyone's only focusing on her body. Not Jennifer. Jennifer's body. Rosemary's Baby is based on a book of the same name about a woman who gave birth to the Antichrist thanks to a cult. Ah, good times. Is it kind of like that one movie with the kid named Damien? I don't really watch movies about demons and the occult because they just make me roll my eyes. But when they actually have an interesting twist and whatnot, then, you know, it's like, you know, you took an interesting spin on it, I'll give you that. I prefer suspense and gore. Like, my favorite horror film, you know, my favorite kinds of horror films are like Silence of the Lambs, John Carpenter's The Thing, The Shining. I mean, The Shining's kind of there. It's not my favorite. Dread, which isn't, it's an R-rated movie. It's not really considered horror. It's just really gory. Same with Aliens. What's his name? Why am I blanking on his name? Who made Aliens? The second one. With the Marines. Oh my god! I'm completely blanking on his name. Dread mentioned. Okay, well now my stream, it's saying my stream is excellent. But if you're still experiencing buffering, I don't know how to fix that. I don't think I can fix it, honestly. It's not really on my end. Karl, been as in the 2012 Dread? Yeah, that one! That one! Again, not really a horror film. Rated R, got a lot of gore, a lot of violence, explosions. Yas, queen. It's one of my comfort films. As morbid as that is to say, the 2012 Dread is my comfort film. Nothing left but the memory of when. Have you read the original Dread comics? I have. It's one of the few comic series or issues that I've actually read. God, they were unironically funny. I was dying of laughter in some of those comics. They were just so funny. I couldn't even explain why. Maybe it's because it had all the air of like being like 80s camp, campy, kind of hokey. I didn't care. I thought it was fun. One of the issues was about aliens seeking refuge in the city. Oh, okay. I thought something was going on. The animals whining. And literally, they have a character that looks exactly like Donald Trump shows up in the comic, and he's screaming about how these illegal aliens are taking over, and I'm just... It's one of the newer issues, obviously, not one of the older ones, and I was just biting my tongue. Oh my god, subtlety is not a word I would use for the Dread comics. Someone's foreshadowing. The prophecy. Don't even on break, who's still in Dread character, never removed his helmet. Yeah, that's one of the cardinal sins of the Stallone version of Dread. I refuse to watch that film because I know I'm not gonna like it. I refuse to watch it, and I know I'm not gonna like it. If I want to see a movie about Sylvester Stallone in the future surrounded by tech, I'll just watch Demolition Man. Also, the Moon Mega City, yeah. I haven't read every issue, but I have read quite a bit. At least all that I could find on this one comic website. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Man, I hate sinus headaches. Not as bad as a migraine, but still just as inconvenient. Oh yeah, he also was in Guardians 2. Almost forgot about that. You know, like, where he's, like, the main character. Where he just blows shit up. Because in that version, Stallone's version of Dredd was kind of a bumbling oaf. And was actively killing civilians, or, like, the collateral damage that I saw was like, oh my god. That's kind of against the law. What do you mean? My Dredd wouldn't do that. But I mean, yeah, if I want to see... And I know he was in Rambo, but I haven't seen Rambo, so... Demolition Man is definitely... That was good comedy. That one was just funny. I love how it was trying to commentate on a peaceful society and how obsolete everything is, and how they needed someone who, from the old days, a barbarian, to show them how to, like, actually catch a criminal. It was like... Do you realize, by implying that in a perfect society cops don't know how to catch violent criminals, by framing it as a bad thing, do you realize that that's the kind of world that we want, you know? Where we don't need that kind of barbarism to catch violent criminals, because there aren't any violent criminals. But then they, you know, have the above ground and the below ground society, and then sex is evil, and yeah, it's heavy metal. Rock and roll, sinning is fun. It's like... It was the 80s, different times, different times. Stallone was just a psycho with a badge, while Urban wanted to make hell slightly less painful to live in. Yeah, I mean, no collateral damage, and any of the collateral damage that was in, you know, Urban's movie was done by the Mama clan, and that pissed him off. Even in the beginning of the movie, he's chasing those crackheads that are on drugs, and it's like, the perps just wiped out a civilian. I'm taking them down. Because, I mean, first they were driving erratically while under the influence. So it's law broken number 1. But then when they killed a civilian, he's like, nah, down to death right now. They're gone. And when he said it's like, Mama's not the law, I am the law. Chills. Literal chills. He wasn't like lawful neutral or anything like that. That dude was just lawful. But he never punished anyone above and beyond the confines of the law. Only what was fair by what the law dictated. He wasn't like, oh, you know, you stole a candy bar? Death penalty! Nope. Nothing like that. He was the law. Not because he wasn't above the law, he was the physical embodiment of the law. That's what is the difference between Urban's Dredd and Stallone's Dredd. Urban's Dredd was actually more accurate to the comics. Not necessarily the world building, like the way things looked and everything. Stallone's was technically more accurate to like the suit, and the way Mega City 1 was kind of like in the future, and like very much in the future, and had aliens and everything, while Urban's was more centered on reality. Not more centered on reality, like more focused on like a modernistic type of world. but the characterization was accurate. It was peak. Stallone's Dread actually took inspiration from RoboCop. Yeah, just yeah, destruction. Not think about the consequences, even though you are judge, jury, and executioner. Never saw Urban's Dread in full beyond a few clips, but now I wanna. Oh, you gotta. It is. Très magnifique. Oh, it's the dog that whining at my door. At least because they left. And now she's like, where is everybody? You know what? I'm gonna do, this panel next, because it's the shortest. And I can feel the sinus ache coming on, and I don't like it one bit. Also, the soundtrack for 2012's Dread is bitching. What is the blue land supposed to be? The what? Are you talking about, like, on stream, or, like, in the page? I am confusion. Like the background on top range. Oh. That, I have this blue in the background underneath everything, just so I can avoid having stray pixels that are peeking through. But if you're talking about this top panel here, that's just to show it's the next morning. It's just to show, like, a little bit of time has passed. You know, it's okay, it's the next morning, here we go, continuing. Just, it's like the opening shot of a transition frame. Alright, where was I? I was here. Ow! Ow. Oh, man. It is right there, too. And I'm not even stuffy, so, like, what's the issue, dear? Okay, I think that's okay for now. 69. Just so the lighting shows the gradient, moving from da-da-da. Going back to Dread, because I just realized something. I guess what we can learn is the two adaptations because the setting is ridiculously grim and dystopian in an unrealistic way. That doesn't mean that camp like in 1990s is a movie is appropriate. Yeah. Especially when you're trying to tell a story that's about, you know, upholding the law. Like, a little bit of goofing here and there. 2012's Dread does have some humorous scenes in it, but it's not like over-the-top 80s campiness like in a Friday the 13th movie, which is this Friday. We have 2 Friday the 13ths. Right next to each other. Like, the over-the-top goofiness 80s camp does have its place, but not in a story where you're trying to talk about upholding the law and gang violence. Unless the whole point of the movie is an overabundance of violence, you know, like Die Hard. Then whatever, go balls to the wall. Go fucking nuts. But not when you're trying to, you know, tell a very in-depth story. Now, maybe Stallone's Dread wasn't trying to say anything specific. It was just trying to, you know, be not that. Which is fine. It's just not what I'm, like, really looking for all the time. Especially from Dread. Especially what makes Dread so different from the other judges is he doesn't care about, you know, personal gain, or like, he doesn't really think about why people commit crimes. All he's concerned about is upholding the law. He doesn't care about the why. He just cares about the that, which is why Anderson in the comics is such a good foil to him, because she's more empathetic. She understands the why. And she's kind of one of the only other judges that reels Dread in on occasion, but then again, because she's not really a judge, she's a psychop. Completely different from the comics to the 2012 Dread. Well, he doesn't even think about... Like, I don't know if you've seen this clip from 2012's Dread, but in the movies, he asks Anderson why she wants to be a judge, and she answers, to make a difference. Because she understands that people are just trying to get by, and that there are genuinely good people in the world, and she wants to give them that safe world for them to live in. And, you know, that didn't even occur to him. Admirable. Because he knows one judge can't make a difference in all of this, but if enough people are trying to make a better world, guess what? That's where we will eventually be. That just doesn't occur to him, because that's making a better world is not part of the law. At least in RoboCop, the violent commits is either when civilians aren't around, or he's trying to focus on not killing innocents. Corpos and gang. Yeah. I haven't seen many Dread clips, but I want to when I leave. Oh, absolutely, yeah. There's a few sites where you can watch it for free. You didn't hear that here. Let's see. Yeah, based on the angel that is consistent. Yeah, don't shush. You didn't see anything. But I mean, yeah, like just me saying that is technically against the law. Dredd would come after me for that. Well, like, I've heard some people say he's fair, but also fuck you. Yeah, the punishment matches the crime when it comes to Dredd. I mean, yeah, like, so what? I downloaded a couple thousand songs off the internet, but who hasn't? Who hasn't? I mean, yeah, with if even half of my, if I know, the second my YouTube channel has the ability to be monetized, 100% of my streams are going to be demonetized because of the things I talk about. Because I don't do that self-censorship bullshit that I do. I'll just talk around it if I don't want to mention the words. But most of the time, whatever, fuck you, I'll just mention it. Because how is anything going to be improved if we're not allowed to talk about the actual problem? The people who are trying to call out this terrible behavior are the ones being silenced, and not the actual people committing those horrible crimes, you know? Is why physical media is so important? Oh, absolutely. I will always prefer having the actual DVD in my hand over than having a download library or whatnot. But the thing that I do like about a downloadable library and all of that jazz is I can watch it while working on my, while working at my computer. So I don't have a TV in my room. And the CD player in my computer doesn't do movies, which is bullshit. Yeah, if buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing. Exactly. No. I do advocate supporting smaller artists. But downloading a few songs off the internet using an MP3 to using a YouTube to MP3 converter, I don't think it's really hurting anyone. But then again, I'm just, that might be my own hypocritical view on media, because I think media is meant to be enjoyed, and absolutely you should support like smaller artists and whatnot. I've bought independent CDs. But at the same time, I'm broke, so if I can help it, I'll just watch the original video. Or, like, specifically when it comes to music, I'll just watch the specific video, and that gives them the watch time, and the views, and the clicks, and the interaction, and whatnot. But when I'm in the car, and I just want something on my MP3 player, I'll just use a converter. I know, I'm not a natural artist, musician, so I don't know what oh my god, a musician's standpoint would be on that. Probably not the same as mine, but that is my own personal view on the matter. Either way, at least you can represent the music, get other people interested. If you're discreet enough, avoid Big Brother's gaze. Yeah, it's just in the car. I have the feeling if you're not, like, trying, like, actively stealing and saying, I made this, or you don't deserve that. Like, if I'm, like, stealing for me implies the, also act of trying to resell it as your own. That is stealing. Like, if someone made, let's say, a batch of adoptables, because this does apply to me, because I've made adoptables, and someone downloads the image, I'm not going to be mad. Now, if someone, like, if I make a batch of adoptables, and someone downloads the image, and I can tell that they downloaded the image, I'm not going to be too mad. Because some people, and I've done this too, they download images to save as, like, references to color palettes, or they'll save it for, like, ideas and whatnot. I have entire boards and folders on my computer that I use as, like, references to go look at something. But, like, I really like this color palette. Let me dink so I can reference, or maybe just have inspiration to look at. But I'm not downloading I post the adoptable sheet and someone downloads it and says, here, I'm selling adoptables. That is stealing. And it's also if they download the sheet and say, wow, look at my 3 new OCs that I got. It's like, nope, that is stealing. But when it's something for the case of private enjoyment, I'm a little bit more... Another flight is downloaded music, not to preserve for free or to share out of the goodness, but rather downloading it for the explicit purpose, selling it to another shade of... Exactly. When the motivation is money, that's when I'm like, nope, you're gone. That's bad. Don't do that. But for private enjoyment, or heaven forbid the original artist deletes the source file, no! And then you can say, alright, here's the archive, and then not monetize the video and say, this is the original artist. Or whatever. It's a little bit more sticky, and a little bit more gray area in that regard. But, like, I put my comic up for free, and people can download the pages of my comic if they want to read it off of, offline, if they want to come back to it later and not, have a deviant art or whatever, that's fine, as long as you don't take the pages and then repost it somewhere to say, hey, look at my new comics that I'm making, because then I'm like, no. I barely tolerate it during, like, art fight. This has only happened to me twice, and it kind of... It didn't irk me, because I get some people repost. They didn't realize I already had an account here. I made someone a piece of art for Art Fight, and they posted it on their, channel saying, look at this attack my OC got. And I'm like, okay, I already posted it here, and I'm already here, and you didn't link my channel. You didn't link my page. That's what I had an issue with. You didn't link my page, and besides, I already posted it here. That's why DI notified me. It's like, hey, someone reposted your art. It's like, no, they just had the original source file. They just had their own file. Be like, and I politely reached out and said, hey, I'm fine with you reposting my art other places, just not here, because I'm already here. And they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. This is for a friend of mine. I'll take it down. Or, can I credit you? And I'm like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Whatever. I don't really care. But that's only happened to me once, and, it's during Art Fight, so it's like, whatever. Art is meant to be shared and enjoyed. I'm not making money from it. It's for free. Whatever. Just credit me. It's just, and it's also baffling to me that some people use DeviantArt to repost things like it's Twitter. It's like, I thought DeviantArt was only for original, like, for the original artist to post, but I guess some people don't use it that way. Which, if you're gonna do that, whatever, just be smart about it and be respectful. If the original artist reaches out to you, say, hey, don't repost my art, please, then it is your job to respect the original artist's decision and take it down. But if the original artist doesn't care, and then someone else says, you shouldn't repost other people's art, it's like, hey, the original artist said it was okay. Besides, as long as you credit the original artist and leave a link to their social medias, I think it's fine. But that's just my own personal preference. Now, if that's like, if I post this comic on DeviantArt and then someone else is reposting pages on, like say, Fur Affinity, it's like, you know what? I don't post on Fur Affinity as long as you're crediting me. I'm a little bit about it because I'd like to know what people are saying about my comic. I'd still be, hey, no thank you. You can cut that out. So it's a weird, What does a mother and daughter do? Does the kitten have a dad? Okay, I will admit I have dropped the ball on introducing the other cats' genders because I just draw eyelashes on everybody. So hang on, let me bring up my rev sheet of all the characters so we can just straight shot this. Okay. Of my characters, we have Hawkstar, who is the leader. She is female. Ivy Whisper is the deputy. He is male. Splashpaw is the medicine cat. He's the healer. He is male. Shorttail. Everyone calls him Stumpy. He is male. Same with Lionstripe, who is also male. Hazelpaw, again, male, who is, Lionstripe is Hazelpaw's mentor, and they're from the same clan originally. Brindlefur is a she-cat. Same with Snowblaze. She is female. She is Shorttail's sister. There's Twig, who is a male. And then we have Hawkstar's kits, who the father is... he has passed. So we only meet him... Hazelpaw was the kitten, I take it. He's not a kitten, he's an apprentice, but he's not fully grown yet. So, he's a juvenile. It makes sense in Warrior Cat's lore. So we have Rock Kit, who is Hawkstar's eldest. He is male. Same with Rain Kit, who is a Tom. Black Kit is female. Bard Kit is male, and Fawn Kit is female. So I know it's really hard to tell the genders of some of the characters because, I mean, boobs don't exist on cats, and I put lashes on everybody. And some characters have bigger lashes than others. Well, that's just kind of what happens in my style. See, Kit is the family suffix. Yes. See, every character starts out with a prefix and their name ending with Kit. And then, when they hit 6 moons, 6 months old, and become an apprentice, they have Pa added to their name. Meaning, they are no longer a Kit, they are a Pa, meaning they follow behind their mentors, and their mentors are the assigned warriors to train them, teach them how to hunt, and they're like on the path to becoming a warrior. When you become a full warrior, that's when you get a different suffix, like brindle fur or short tail. Yes, that's how it is. That's how it is in the main Warrior Cats lore. I just kept it going because this is a Warrior Cats fan comic. Set in the same world, but not the same characters. A few of the book characters do show up in the comics, but that's mostly in flashbacks or when they visit the Moon Cluster and speak to StarClan. The dead cats. Seems confusing but fascinating. Yeah, some people are like, what? You get all this? But it's like, you get 3 names in your lifetime. Some get 4, like Hawk Star. When she became leader, her name changed again, and she got Star at the end of her name to denote her rank. It's like saying, instead of saying Lieutenant Ivy, or no, that's not the truth. Instead of saying like Private Hazel, it's Hazel Paw. And then when he becomes a warrior, he'll get his full warrior name. Instead of Paw, it'll be... Spoilers. Now, deputies don't get a special new name when they become deputy. Some of them do get a special den, and they have special privileges, but name-wise, it's the same, because you can be demoted as a deputy so fast if the leader decides that you're not fit for duty.
What up, kitty?
It makes more sense the further into the series of fandom you dive if you can handle the awkward contradictions. Somewhat. I think it's very simple, but that's because I grew up reading these books, so like I understood the rules when I was a kid. Out of coffee. Are all the clans and lore wildcats only, or do some live in towns and cities and don't have owners? Yes. Well, mostly. There's some. Anyway, most of the clans, especially, like, the main clans, Thunder Clan, Shadow Clan, Wind Clan, they all have different clan names. They're all wildcats. Being, having an owner, or being what they call a kitty pet, is like an insult. It's a derogatory slur against house pets. They treat them like they're like a sub being, like they're weak and soft and don't know how to take care of themselves. So when the main character in the book, Firestar, when he joined the clans as a young cat, his original, name was Rusty. And then when he joined the clans, through a lot of animosity, he gained the name Firepaw, because he was going to be a ThunderClan apprentice. But he faced a lot of, basically, racism. Not really racism, because it was just xenophobia, because he used to be a house pet. They called him a kitty pet. and everyone said he was soft and he wouldn't survive, and every decision he ever made, his haters basically would call back to the fact that he used to be a kitty pet. Or a house pet. Now, there are some clans that live closer to humans, or they call them two legs. Like Blood Clan. They live in the city. And they're the bad guys. In one arc, they were the bad guys. And then there was Sky Clan, which has its own history and lore. The reason why they allowed cats to still have owners and whatnot is because their clan is so small and isolated. And they called them daylight warriors, meaning they'd spend the day hunting, gathering, taking care of the camp and whatnot, and then at night they go back to their humans. They were treated as halfway clan members. But Sky Clan was forced to do that, even though it was kind of against the warrior code that a cat must reject the kitty pet life. But for Sky Clan, because circumstances demanded, they had no choice but to allow certain cats to keep, or to remain as house pets. Further from humanity you are, the purer you are in the cat. Yeah, kind of like that. If you even have kitty pet, if your ancestors were once a kitty pet, it's this mark of shame. And it takes a lot for the other clans to, let it go. Or especially some members of the clans. Other members are a little bit more forgiving, and they're like, you know what, you chose to live here, and you've proven yourself worthy. It doesn't matter about your heritage. It's only the loud minority that are like, kitty pet, once a kitty pet, always a kitty pet, nah. Tainted blood. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're getting a little out of hand here. Okay, I'm gonna do the moss and then... Yeah, we'll keep going. No, wait, this isn't moss. This is dirt. Because they compacted the tree roots. Maybe there's a bit of moss in there, we don't know. Maybe they put some on there. I haven't gotten to it yet, but there's also a, some clan cats, or clan-born cats, will look down on other cats that used to be what they call loners or rogues, and then later join the clans. Especially if you're of mixed clan heritage. Holy crap, you're basically treated like a slap against, an affront to God. And your loyalty is always questioned. It's like, you're creating a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? If you're gonna treat these cats like they're going to betray you, guess what? They're going to betray you because they feel no need to be loyal to someone who is constantly treating them like garbage. Think it through, princess. But of course racists don't think it through. Why would they? Because if they did, they wouldn't be that way. Cat Anakins for everyone. Oh my god. You know, we are so lucky in Warrior Cats. We are so lucky that Firestar didn't turn out to be like Anakin, because he would have had every right to be the villain. That would have been a very valid crash out. But the point is that he's naturally so virtuous and good, and he's naturally loyal and a good person, and he's the protagonist, and we need to follow his example, even though he's kind of unfaithful to his wife. You know, a little bit different situation there. He got over it. He's just a good boy raised with a good family who has manners. He didn't have the childhood trauma that Tiger Star did. Or Tiger Claw, I guess. I mean, he's mostly remembered as Tiger Star. If you read the epilogues for Tiger Star's backstory, he's the main villain in the first series. That was a very valid crash out, if you ask me. Still a piece of shit, but, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, why did this person become a serial killer? It's like, oh, their parents, you know, literally told them that they were a mistake, and their fathers treated them like garbage, and they were abandoned, and blah de blah. It's like, oh, I get it. Still murder, but I get it. And then they also added something else to his backstory. They retconned a bit of his backstory, and I'm just... You know, by doing that, that removes all accountability for his character, right? Basically, Firestar is Luke, but Tiger Claw is Anakin. Anakin redeems himself in the end. But Firestar as being Luke actually makes a lot of sense. Just ignore the dogs barking. Yeah, Tiger Star does not redeem himself in the end. Or Claw, yeah, he does not redeem himself in the end. He just stays the main bad guy, and I'm just... Okay, I guess we can do that. But, you know, it would have been interesting. But Warrior Cats is many things. It does not give a damn about redemption arcs. Redemption arcs who? They never happen. Characters never go on redemption arcs. From what I remember. Was because he was Tiger Claw, and then he became Tiger Star when he, you know, his name got changed to Tiger Star when he became leader of Shadow Clan. I just said Tiger Claw because that's kind of where actually, he was traumatized as a kid, basically, but I said Tiger Claw because that's what his name is for the most of the first series. And then it was later. At least it doesn't treat their villains like Has-Been or Steven Universe. I have mixed feelings about Steven Universe because, you know, it's like My Little Pony. It's like, the running gag in My Little Pony is, we're going to forgive her, aren't we? So yeah, Warrior Cats does not My Little Pony their villains. Well, which is kind of sad, because it kind of... Some of the characters that were villains were like... You know, with just the right pep talk and, you know, the explanation of, like, you don't have to be this way, you could have redeemed yourself. One of the only villains that ever redeems himself, sort of, is Black Star. But he doesn't really get a redemption arc. He's just no longer the bad guy. because he served under Tiger Star, and then when Tiger Star was killed, he became the next leader. And then he was just, no longer the main bad, the bad guy. Because then the story shifted to other things. His redemption arc was he was just following orders, which is the dumbest redemption arc ever. But it's like, I was just being loyal to my leader and doing what was best for my clan. It's like, you euthanized children. That is not a good redemption arc. So I'm like, he only sort of got a redemption arc in air quotes. Like, he never got the Discord treatment, which would have been so fun to have in Warrior Cats. Sounds like a clone. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, see, now with the clones, it's different because they had inhibitor chips that forced them to follow orders even if they didn't want to. Stormtroopers, on the other hand, I could go on and on about You invoked Star Wars, man. Now you got me going. At least with My Little Pony, they go through an arc to earn that redemption. And learn to treat it like the diamonds. Oh yeah. The diamonds were... Their turnaround made sense, but the fact that they were suddenly treated like, oh yeah, everything's okay, and they're just gonna listen to Steven now. It's like, Every good thing that the diamonds did was just to appease Pink. Appease Pink Diamond. Which, in the short term, is fine, but in the long term, they needed to be, yeah, there honestly wasn't enough time in Steven Universe to actually go on those redemption arcs. Which is fine. Because we got Future, and I like Steven Universe Future. I'm like one of the 3 people that like Steven Universe Future. Spinel's redemption made a lot more sense because she was just a hurt child. She was basically a schoolyard bully that realized that Steven wasn't actually who she was angry at. She felt betrayed. She was a hurt child. Spinel was basically, a child with abandonment issues and was like, ooh, now I'm gonna lash out, and then she also just happened to have this death machine. Pink Diamond had a reverse redemption arc. Like, she had a reverse arc where, we first are introduced to her when she's already become a good person. And then the more we learn about her, the further we go back, we realize, oh, she actually wasn't that good. And then people are like, oh my god, she regressed as a character, and now she's this evil being. It's like, no. She started out as a brat that was upset that she wasn't being treated seriously. And then when she finally was treated seriously, she realized she didn't want to be an abuser, just like White Diamond. So then she became the freedom fight. She just wanted to save Earth. And then when she met Garnet, she's like, oh, we can do more. And then she became the freedom fighter. And it became fully Rose Quartz. And then she became the person with a tainted history. It was like, we learned about her in reverse. So that's why the opinion of her kind of dropped. Pink Diamond is Rose Quartz. And the other way around, Rose Quartz is Pink Diamond. Just the version of herself that she actually wanted to be when she got away from that toxic household. There was no way for her to go back to Homeworld, and there was no way for her to stop Homeworld on other planets. She only had Earth. And of course, when it ended, the reason why she didn't tell anyone about what was going on, what happened in the past, is because she wanted to leave it all behind. She didn't know the diamonds would have this corruption beam and destroy everything and break all the portals and completely cut off planet Earth. She didn't know about that. How could she have known? She thought the diamonds didn't care about her. So when she faked her own shattering, she believed they wouldn't care and they'd just move on. She didn't realize how much her family loved her because she never felt loved. She never felt seen. She didn't think they cared. So when they did care and they lashed out, they inadvertently hurt her again. And all of her comrades and all the other soldiers that got left behind were caught in the crossfire. And then what good would it do to tell anyone that, oh, I'm actually a diamond and all this is my fault? What good would that do? Because she thought the diamonds were gone forever. Now, could she have done more? Absolutely, she could have done more. And could she have been a little bit more open after the fact? Absolutely. However, I see why Rose Quartz and Pink Diamond did what they did. She didn't have Steven to run away from her problems. A lot of people say that she did, but she clearly didn't. She had Steven because she loved Greg. And she wanted to have a baby. And she knew it would kill her. And I knew, like, she was obviously kind of mournful that she would never get to meet Steven. But in the tape she left for him, she said, every time you love being yourself, or that you love your life, that is me loving you. It's a little bit weird. Because, you know, like, Steven is Pink Diamond, but he's technically kind of not, because he's a mix of human and has different memories, but his gem still has those memories. So it's kind of a weird thing. But if you think about it biologically, be like, say Rose Quartz was a human and she got pregnant and then had Steven and died in childbirth. No one would be saying, oh, Rose gave birth to Steven to run away from her problems. It's like, she died in childbirth, which is kind of like, if you were to humanize or put the diamonds in a human context, Rose died in childbirth having Steven. So yeah, and he literally says they kind of blame, Steven said, like, the crystal gems kind of blame him for losing Rose. Because she died giving birth to him. Which is a very common thing that a lot of children of deceased mothers feel. It's I think Steven Universe handles emotions a lot more maturely than what people realize. Because emotions and trauma and all that is not logical. So, like, you can't think about it in the same sense. Especially, and also, they're characters, not real people, but because if you try to apply the same logic, it's not exactly gonna work. And they're aliens, so it's, you know, it's a give or take. Give or take. It's interesting. It's an interesting way to develop, but it could have been a little bit clearer. Yeah, they could have, like, lined it up a little bit more, but then again, not everything in life is clear. It's a weird thing, trying to compare a TV show meant for entertainment to real life. But you can, but you also can't. It's kind of weird. She also has Steven to break her own cycle and for her to live with the one she wished she had. Kind of, yeah, it's, no, the trauma ends with me. She kind of did that one. And then Steven, you know, being Rose, said, hey, I'm gonna end this cycle of, generational trauma that is tearing the galaxy apart. It ends with me, and I'm gonna make sure you stop it. I think I can open this now. Hold on. Yeah, it's not the cleanest execution of an example of generational trauma because Steven Universe did have all this lore with the gems and whatnot. So it gets a little bit messy in that regard, but it is still pretty good. I still advocate for the show. I love it. Very entertaining. Made me cry like a baby. It helped me understand my own trauma in some regards. Looking back at it, it's like, oh my god, that is exactly what I've been going through. Wow. And then seeing these characters who've gone through similar things that I have learn, grow, and heal and reclaim their own lives, it's just it's cathartic. On the Road, Rosa Stabbert in the movie. Yeah. Huh. If only they didn't fumble the finale. Yeah, the finale was... I think what it was is Cartoon Network forced them to rush the finale. We all... like, Rebecca Sugar kind of had to fight tooth and nail to have the show that she wanted, and even then she still had to sacrifice a lot just to appease the network. So it's I try to keep that in mind when I critique a show. It's like, okay, what was the studio trying to push, or what was the studio trying to suppress with some of these characters? Or were they saying that, oh, you only have another season left, or hey, we want 3 more seasons, and the writers are like, but we only have 2 more seasons of story. Well, I guess we go on an arc now. Well, first of all, the first sacrifice, especially with Rebecca Sugar, the studio network really didn't like the fact that Ruby and Sapphire were a couple. In fact, the international network kept censoring the fact that they were a couple, and saying, oh, they're just good friends, or actually Ruby is a boy. You know, that, so when, especially in Russia. So when Garnet had her wedding, they put Ruby in the dress, and put Sapphire in the suit. It was like, hey, try and censor this. And then also the wedding episode was the most important because it led directly up to the Diamonds crash landing on Earth and wrecking the whole party. So yeah, that's what I was saying. She had to fight tooth and nail just to keep the show the way she wanted it to. And then even when she did, it was through a lot of spit, grit, and a whole lot of duct tape. I mean, just look at what happened to Alex Hirsch for Gravity Falls. Oh, he had to basically grovel before SMP just to have half of the jokes. I can't think of them all off the top of my head, but there was a lot. A lot. I'm pretty sure people have made whole video essays on the issue. More progressive pushes. It's because of Rebecca Sugar that we have all that. And it's more that we want to push a progressive narrative, but we don't actually want to push that because we still need to, you know, we are of service to China and whatnot. So it's more of a, we want this for money and to say it's for representation. It says, I'm gonna kill your kids from Weird Mageddon. Yeah, that's why a lot of, they say destroy instead of kill, or I'm going to rip you to pieces across several different dimensions. And be like, oh, at least he didn't say kill. You can't K-word people in cartoons anymore. It's like, okay. So I'm going to crush them, destroy them. It's like, no. Say kill. Would it kill you to say kill? Come on, say it. Say it. Unless your final space. I've never heard of that. Then again, I haven't really watched a whole lot of new cartoons that, you know, I mean, the only new cartoons I've watched recently are all from Glitch Studios. I still haven't watched Knights of Guinevere or Gaslight District. I should probably watch that. But Amazing Digital Circus! We're getting new episodes! A new episode is coming out this month. I don't know when, but it's coming out soon. And I'm so excited! Because I love Amazing Digital Circus. Especially Kane. Oh my god, Kane's my favorite. Everything about Kane is just everything I love. I mean, the way he talks, his voice acting is amazing. The way he's animated is hilarious. The way he's an innocent antagonist is so interesting. He's not cruel. He is the antagonist, but he's not the villain, which is like, that is so fascinating. It's an Adult Swim. Oh, that's probably why I've never heard of it. Cosmic Horror, essentially. It's got more serious as the show went on. Made by Owen Rogers. Heavily recommend looking it up since it gets interesting. Okay, yeah, I'll look it up. Final Space, okay. A lot of Adult Swim series I like roll my eyes at because it's like, it's either like Rick and Morty or Smiling Friends, and I'm like, okay, I don't hate any of those shows, but I just, if it's South Park humor, I'm usually not a fan. The only time I can take sort of South Park humor is something like Red vs. Blue, but I can only take so much of Red vs. Blue. And then again, when I first watched Red vs. Blue, I was in junior high, so that was like really interesting to me. I have heard of Primal. I've seen a few clips. I'm not like, it doesn't seem like one of those things where it'd like change my life if I watched it. It's one of those, if I, have the time or, like, feel the itch to start something to, like, get a new hyperfixation, I'll watch it. What the hell? I mean, I like the animation style. I like the original creator. Samurai Jack was really cool. I really liked his version of the Clone Wars. It's very interesting. But when it comes to, like, starting a new show, I actually have to lock in and watch it. I can't have it playing in the side while working on my comic, because then I'm not actually watching it, and I feel bad. Like, when I finally started Cowboy Bebop, I had to watch that in the living room, and just so I could sit and watch, and fully absorb what I was watching. And I still haven't finished Cowboy Bebop. I've got, like, 5 episodes? I don't know how many. Nice change of pace from network adult animation. Oh, absolutely. See, I don't mind a bit of adult humor, and by, like sexual humor. But I just, not that, impressed by it anymore. The only type of adult humor that is absolutely funny to me is the kind that was in Avatar: The Last Airbender, being like about having to be a part of the crew for a year to qualify for vacation days, and be, oh god, that is the most adult joke that they made in the entire show. Because only an adult would get that you have to work a certain amount of time at a job to qualify for vacation days. It's like, oh my god, that is so funny. Like, if they made a taxes joke, it's like, that's adult humor. It's like, you know what, for a kid's show, that's hilarious. Them making jokes about taxes and vacation days and sick leave, that's hilarious. That's classy art. But I'm not in the same camp of sex is funny. Because it's not to me. It's not like, haha, dicks. That's the joke. I'm from the IRS. yeah, like in VeggieTales when Larry is waiting on Santa. That was hilarious. They stood before him a man from the Internal Revenue Department. I'm from the IRS, and I've come to claim you. Just slams the door on him. Or like the show Dan Versus. It's like, I don't care who the IRS sends, I'm not paying taxes. Which is why the type of adult humor I like is Grunkle Stan. Grunkle Stan is the kind of adult humor I like. It's more sacred, more of a sacred that is so carefree about it. Yeah, personally, I treat it as more of a sacred thing. But I also don't think it should be something that is a taboo thing to talk about. It's just treating it as, like, that's the punchline. Like, okay. Or as something that society needs to pressure teens into having. It'd be, nope, nope. That's pedophilia. And anyone with half of a brain cell would... No, that's not... That's... No! Now, are teens going to joke? Absolutely. I was a teenager once. I remember what it was like. I understand that. Are teens going to be having sex with each other? Probably. I didn't, but some of my classmates did. Should teens be pressured into seeing that this is something they need to have and that being a virgin is something to be embarrassed about? Hell fucking nah. That is where I have the issue. And then there's also this weird virginity kink that's been going around for a while. It's like, okay, now what the fuck? So, first of all, you pressure teens into having sex so they'll be ostracized by their peers. But then when they don't have it, you're like, oh my god, a virgin. Slobbering, drooling, oh, you don't have standards. It's all pedophilia. A lot of the industry's beauty standards for women can be tied back to pedophilia. That's just facts. Can we even call Dan Versus a proper kid show? I've never actually seen Dan Versus. I've just seen a few clips, and what I saw was really freaking funny. And not all the lines they bleep out is necessarily cussing. Because I've seen, if you've seen any the TF2 or Team Fortress 2 promotionals, there's a line in the Meet the Demo Man that is completely blurred out. It's completely bleeped. In the uncensored version, What the demo man says is, they've got more feckin' monsters in all of Loch Ness than they do the likes of me. That's the original line. But they blurred out the entire thing, treating it like it's because it was funny that was censored. Because that's like secret that they have a Loch Ness monster. The censorship was the joke, and then when you figure out that's what he said, it's like, that's so much funnier that they censored that. Yeah. Getting the beep censor doesn't necessarily mean you're cussing. You're just saying something the network doesn't want you to hear. That's the wrong color. I'm only saying Dan Versus is like, I don't think it was even considered a kid show. It just featured on Cartoon Network, I think. I don't remember. But it's still funny. Like, from what I saw, Dan Versus was hilarious. I didn't see a whole lot of it, and I've never seen an entire episode, just clips, and I thought it was funny. Potentially adds to the lore considering what was said. Oh, absolutely. It's like, why would they censor the fact that he said they have more in the Loch Ness than they do the likes of him? Are there multiple, the Hub, not Cartoon Network. Oh, the Hub, right, yeah, because, yeah, they got moved to the Hub. MLP got moved to the Hub. I don't think, no, MLP wasn't, it was on the Hub, but then it got moved to, like, it got moved somewhere. I know halfway between this, like, airing, MLP was on the Hub and got moved somewhere else. I don't remember the details. It was a long time ago. I think as soon as I finish this panel, I'm gonna end stream, because I'm genuinely getting a headache. And I need to eat. And maybe take an ibuprofen, because this is ridiculous. Not this page. Actually, I'm close to finishing the backgrounds for the page. Discovery Family. That's what I know. It had something to do with family. It got moved only when the Hub changed to Discovery Family. Okay, yeah. I remember anytime I'd watched clips, I'd get, you know, especially for when I was, like, really into Transformers Prime, I remember, like, the audio, like, only on the Hub! You know, the Hub carolers for their promotional, like, I didn't actually watch, like, I don't have cable, and we didn't watch anything like that. I just watched clips online. Transformers Prime mentioned. Let's not get started on Transformers Prime, man. I know a lot of people love it, and I know it's their baby. And a lot of people say it's the best Transformers show ever. I respectfully disagree. I don't want to get into it, especially when I already have a headache, and we're going to be ending stream soon. Remind me next stream. Next stream is going to be on my YouTube channel on Friday, hopefully. And then you can start off saying, like, oh, so what's your problem with Prime? And then be like, okay, you want to know. Let's get into it. But not right now. I'm not in the right frame of mind. Okay. It doesn't necessarily do much, especially when compared to G1. Yeah, it's just, I know a lot of people treat Prime like it's the gold standard of Transformers shows, when it's like, really? When Transformers Animated is right there, or when Beast Wars is right there? Be gone from my sight if you think Transformers Prime is better than Beast Wars. Be gone, thought. But if you still like Transformers Prime, I'm not gonna, go ahead. There's much to be enjoyed about that show. I said I wasn't gonna get into it yet. Later. I promise. Pathfinder, if you promise to show up for the YouTube stream, I won't start my Prime rant until you show up. I'll bring notes. For what it did for the Cybertronian lore rather than what it does for the episode. Yeah, and then the books that came out that based on the Cybertronian lore is like, okay, yeah, added some, but I think other shows did better lore, because the way they treat Megatron is I said I wasn't gonna get into it. You get me started. Transformers Prime had books. No, but there were books that were kind of like supported by the Transformers Prime lore about, how Orion Pax and Megatronus the Gladiator met, and the history, it expanded upon that history, and then they went into the war for Cybertron. It also served as a prequel to the Bayverse movies, which is its own problem. I'm a Transformers fan. I like the majority of the, material. It's just what a lot of people say is the gold standard. I'm like, yes and no. Yes and... I know Transformers Prime also had comics. And we also have the Transformers Prime legacy is tainted by the fact that Robots in Disguise happened because of it. And honestly, Robots in Disguise it was like, you remember what you like about Transformers Prime? Bury it. We're gonna take a dump on it. It's like, oh, why'd you do that? Why do you insult my intelligence with this slop? You like what you did for the dialogue font? I used to handwrite the dialogue in some pages. But then I got sick of handwriting it, so I was like, you know what, let's just choose this font because I like this font for no reason. For no reason. I just like it. And it matched kinda my handwriting style. Not exactly, but it's close enough to be, when I do go handwritten, it's like, okay, there's some in here. My handwriting has definitely gotten a lot softer. Well, it's softer when I'm writing on the computer because I'm actually focusing, but when I'm writing on paper, you can't read shit. As a show, Prime also had a few prequel spin-offs in the same concept. I tried to give Robots in Disguise a chance. I really did. I tried so hard. But I just, for the life of me, couldn't. I couldn't. Which is funny because I loved Rescue Bots. So I don't know why Robots in Disguise pissed me off so much. Like, if I watched a clip, I would go, okay, yep, here we go. Here's all the problems I have with it. But, like, off the top of my head, I've suppressed the memories. Rescue Bots, here's the thing. Rescue Bots was supposed to be cute. It was supposed to be small town type, you know, law enforcement, being funny and, you know, a little bit ridiculous. It was more reminiscent of G1 than any of the other shows, because G1 was about being funny and goofy and just going on wacky little adventures. That's what G1 was. A lot of people forget G1 was 80s camp. It was a camp fest. A lot of people forget that. Because without changing the core of their characters. Yeah, I still... Okay, I will get into this before I sign off. The number one thing that even when I liked Transformers Prime, because I used to love Transformers Prime, but the number one thing that irritated me to no end, to the point where it literally made me cringe every single time, and it also carried over into Rescue Bots. The sound design for them transforming sounded awful. It was disgusting. Also, the guns did not sound very good either. The footsteps were... It's okay. The way the sound design also kind of... It sounded kind of muffled in some areas, and it's just... ugh. In a show called Transformers, the transformation sound should be beautiful. It should be buttery. It should tingle your brainstem in a nice way. It should not sound like nails on a chalkboard. I mean, the thing with the Transformers Prime transformation, it sounded like grinding metal. Like nails on a it was, ooh. I'm remembering some of the scenes where they're fighting, and it's just screeching metal all the time. It's like, yeah, I get it, but they're not made of metal. They're autonomous robotic beings from the planet Cybertron. They're born that way. They're not wearing metal plating. That is the material that you're seeing is them. They're not made of... It's... Yeah, it's just a handmade bunch of scrap noise. Yeah, disgusting, awful, horrendous, ew. Especially because the transformation sound effects we get in literally every other show except the Primeverse is beautiful, especially in G1 and TFA. I specifically like TFA. That transformation sound is so good. I had it as my phone notification because it was just, I was like, yep, that's the T-Cog moving. That's what a being that was meant to move that way should sound. It shouldn't sound like something is breaking when it's naturally supposed to move like that. Primeverse just had a choir of metal harpies. Bad noise. Bad noise. Same as bad texture. Bad noise. Ugh, it's in my teeth. It's down my spine. It's in my head. Go away! Get out! Oh, it made me cringe every time. It was like, oh, God, I just, ugh. Hang on. I need to listen to the real transformation sound to feel better. Let's hopefully I don't get too unskippable at. No, not search history. I hate it on YouTube. I have to press 50 buttons just to get to the where I want to be for my search thing. Transformers. Transforming sound. Hang on. Okay, that was from the Bay movie, which is, their transformation sound sounded good. There we go. This is the one I'm talking about. This is the transformation sound that is just nice. It's crunchy. It's a good texture. Not as good as the TFA one, but this one is still good. Like, ooh. Yes! I love that. Now, Bayverse is still good. It sounded like someone, like, bass boosted it with Skrillex. I was like, yes, that's still good. That was amazing. It was awe-inspiring. It makes my brain relax. I no longer have a headache. The dopamine in my system. Yes, that is good. Very good. And in that spirit, I think I'm gonna end the stream here. We've been here for 4 hours, and we've done quite a bit of work. And I'm also hungry. Animated is pure euphoria. Oh, absolutely animated is pure euphoria. Everything about that show, from the ground up, I absolutely love everything about animated. I could talk for hours how much animated is the best series, and why everyone needs to watch it, and if you're a Transformers fan, you should watch animated, because it's actually a faithful adaptation. Yes, they changed a little bit about lore, but it makes sense for the characters and the story they're telling about, because animated was not a sci-fi story, it was not an alien story, it was a superhero story. That's why it looked good. And anyone who says that TFA had ugly animation, well, guess what? You hate Teen Titans, because it was the same art style. Not necessarily the same animation style with, like, the, you know, the cheapifying and the yelling and whatnot. That's fine. But, Teen Titans, Ben 10 Omniverse, and TFA all have a very similar art style. A lot of people said TFA was ugly. And it's like, y'all, I mean, it's okay if you don't like an art style, but if you just say TFA is ugly, and then Ben 10 Omniverse is beautiful, and same with Teen Titans, it's like, you need your eyes checked, because they're the same damn thing. Anyway. The TFA haters are Delulu. Absolutely, y'all are Delulu. Like, read a book. Go outside. Touch grass. Which is what I'm gonna go do. Later, because it's dark out. Anyway. I'm going to end stream here. Because I am the tired and the hungry. Oh. I'm gonna hopefully next week get back into streaming more, because, like, this week I dropped the ball. I'll admit, I dropped the ball. I had the Jurassic Park audiobook going. I got hyper fixated on that. I'm sorry. So, next time will be better. See you on YouTube. Bye-bye.